Welcome to Sleep and Bible, your sanctuary for deep reflection and peaceful rest. Tonight, we're journeying through the Old Testament like never before, uncovering the hidden meanings and powerful lessons behind the stories that have inspired courage, faith, and wisdom for thousands of years. Feel your mind relax as we explore the steadfast faith of Daniel in the lion's den, the miraculous courage of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery furnace, the victorious heart of David against Goliath, the unwavering strength of Samson, the strategic brilliance of Gideon and his 300, and the transformative journey of Jonah and the great fish. Every story holds secrets that will quiet your mind and awaken your soul. So lie back, breathe deeply, and let these ancient truths calm your mind, soothe your spirit, and guide you into a deep, restful sleep. And don't forget to subscribe to Sleep and Bible for more stories that nurture your faith and help you relax every night. The hidden wisdom in Adam and Eve. Lessons beyond the garden. The story of Adam and Eve is perhaps one of the most well-known narratives in the Old Testament, yet its depth often goes unnoticed by casual readers. At first glance, it seems like a simple tale of the first humans, a garden, a forbidden fruit, and a fall from grace. But when we look closer, the story is a rich tapestry of hidden wisdom that speaks to human nature, divine purpose, free will, and the journey of spiritual awakening. The lessons embedded in Adam and Eve's story transcend time, offering insights that remain relevant even in the modern world. The narrative begins with God creating man and woman, placing them in the lush, perfectly ordered Garden of Eden. This was not merely a backdrop for a story. The garden represents an ideal state of harmony, not just with nature, but also with God, oneself, and others. Adam and Eve were created in divine image, symbolizing the potential of humanity to reflect God's wisdom and character. This divine image carries with it the capacity for reason, moral discernment, and the ability to engage in meaningful relationships. One hidden aspect often overlooked is the profound symbolism in the placement of Adam and Eve in the garden. They were given stewardship over creation, which indicates that human life is intended to be purposeful and responsible. This is not merely about physical work, but about cultivating wisdom, nurturing life, and aligning oneself with a higher order. The Garden of Eden is a metaphor for the inner spiritual world, where humans are invited to live in harmony with divine principles. In this sense, the story speaks to the necessity of spiritual mindfulness and ethical living as a foundation for true fulfillment. The pivotal moment in the story occurs with the introduction of the forbidden tree. It is crucial to note that God did not forbid the tree because knowledge itself is bad. Rather, the prohibition represents a moral choice. The tree embodies boundaries, self-discipline, and the consequences of disobedience. This hidden wisdom reveals a deeper truth. Freedom is intertwined with responsibility. Humans are granted free will, but that freedom comes with the capacity to choose wisely or wrongly. The serpent, often seen merely as a tempter, symbolizes the external and internal forces that challenge discernment and moral integrity. It represents doubt, deception, and the subtle ways in which humans can be led away from their higher purpose. When Adam and Eve chose to eat the forbidden fruit, the story is commonly framed as a tragic fall. However, a deeper reading suggests that this act also introduces awareness, consciousness, and moral understanding. The fall is in some ways a necessary step in human development. It marks the beginning of self-awareness and the understanding of good and evil. In this light, the story is not just about punishment, but about growth. Life outside the garden brings the complexity of choice, struggle, and the development of character. Humanity is now capable of learning from mistakes, of exercising discernment, and of seeking redemption. Another layer of hidden wisdom lies in the consequences given to Adam and Eve. Pain, toil, and mortality were not merely punishments, but also instruments of learning. Labor teaches responsibility. Relationships teach patience, and the awareness of mortality gives life urgency and meaning. The narrative subtly emphasizes that human growth and spiritual maturity often emerge from challenges, mistakes, and even suffering. These trials are part of the divine pedagogy, an invitation to evolve spiritually and morally. The story also addresses gender dynamics in a profound way. Eve is often wrongly blamed for the fall, but a careful reading highlights that both Adam and Eve exercised choice and bore responsibility. This teaches that human failures are rarely the result of a single action or person. Instead, they are often collaborative, relational, and complex. Hidden in this narrative is a lesson about accountability, mutual responsibility, and the importance of unity and understanding in relationships. Furthermore, Adam and Eve's story underscores the significance of communication with God. Before the fall, they walked with God freely, experiencing a direct and intimate relationship. Afterward, communication became more challenging, suggesting that spiritual awareness and moral consciousness come with both opportunity and responsibility. Prayer, reflection, and ethical living become essential to maintaining a connection with the divine. The story encourages readers to cultivate spiritual practices that nurture inner wisdom and discernment. Symbolism also extends to the names themselves. Adam comes from the Hebrew word Adama, meaning earth or ground, emphasizing human connection to creation. Eve, or Chava, is related to life, highlighting humanity's role in sustaining and nurturing existence. These linguistic details carry hidden lessons about humanity's purpose: to steward life responsibly and to seek wisdom in alignment with creation's natural and spiritual laws. In addition, the narrative addresses the interplay between curiosity and caution. The desire to know, to explore, and to understand is not inherently sinful. However, unchecked curiosity without respect for boundaries can lead to consequences. This teaches a subtle but important lesson. Wisdom involves discernment, balancing the pursuit of knowledge with ethical responsibility. The story of Adam and Eve encourages readers to reflect on their choices, question motives, and seek understanding while remaining mindful of divine principles. The expulsion from Eden, often seen as loss and tragedy, can also be understood as the beginning of human maturity and autonomy. Stepping into the world outside the garden meant facing challenges, learning resilience, and discovering the potential for redemption. The story suggests that human life is a journey of growth, where mistakes are not the end, but a part of the process toward deeper understanding and spiritual enlightenment. In modern times, the story of Adam and Eve resonates in psychological and philosophical ways. It mirrors the human journey of self-awareness, moral decision-making, and the quest for purpose. The hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that life's trials, ethical dilemmas, and spiritual challenges are opportunities for growth. Each individual must navigate the balance between freedom and responsibility, curiosity and caution, pleasure and consequence. The Eden narrative becomes a mirror reflecting our inner struggles and the potential for awakening. In conclusion, the story of Adam and Eve is far richer than a simple tale of disobedience. Its hidden wisdom teaches lessons about free will, responsibility, human nature, relationships, and the journey towards spiritual maturity. The Garden of Eden represents an ideal state of harmony and divine connection, while the fall introduces consciousness, moral awareness, and the need for ethical discernment. Adam and Eve's choices reflect the complexities of life, the consequences of action, and the possibility of redemption. By understanding the hidden meanings within this ancient story, readers gain insight not only into biblical history, but also into the timeless principles guiding human existence, spiritual growth, and moral responsibility. This narrative continues to speak to us today, reminding humanity that wisdom often lies not in avoiding mistakes, but in learning from them, seeking divine guidance, and embracing the journey toward understanding, integrity, and life in alignment with God's ultimate purpose. Cain and Abel lessons beneath the sin. The story of Cain and Abel, found in Genesis, is a short but deeply profound narrative that explores the complexities of human emotion, morality, and divine justice. While often remembered as the tale of the first murder in human history, it holds hidden wisdom that speaks to human nature, spiritual awareness, and the consequences of choices. Beneath the surface of envy, anger, and violence lies a rich narrative about responsibility, intention, and the inner struggle that defines human existence. The story begins with Adam and Eve's children, Cain and Abel, each of whom represents different aspects of human life and vocation. Cain, the firstborn, is a tiller of the ground, symbolizing humanity's engagement with the material world, the labor of creation, and the challenges of sustenance. Abel, by contrast, is a shepherd, caring for animals, representing spiritual attentiveness, devotion, and the nurturing of life. From this very beginning, the story sets up a contrast not only in occupation, but also in inner disposition, values, and orientation toward God. Both brothers bring offerings to God, an act that is symbolic of gratitude, acknowledgement of the divine, and participation in a sacred order. Abel's offering is accepted, while Cain's is not. And here lies the first layer of hidden meaning. The narrative does not explicitly say that God favored Abel's offering because it was inherently superior. Rather, it suggests that the quality of the heart and the intention behind the offering mattered most. This teaches a crucial lesson: external actions alone are not sufficient. Inner integrity, sincerity, and alignment with divine principles determine the spiritual value of our deeds. Cain's reaction to God's favoring of Abel's offering provides another layer of hidden wisdom. Cain becomes angry, despondent, and ultimately jealous. The story highlights how negative emotions, when left unchecked, can escalate into destructive actions. Envy, resentment, and pride are not merely personal failings. They are spiritual dangers that can disrupt harmony, relationships, and moral clarity. The narrative reveals that human emotions are powerful forces, and without self-awareness and reflection, they can lead to irreversible consequences. God's interaction with Cain before the act of murder is profoundly instructive. God asks Cain, "Why are you angry? Why is your face downcast?" and warns him that sin is crouching at the door, yet he can master it. This moment contains deep spiritual insight. Humans are granted freedom to choose, but they are also given guidance and the opportunity to overcome destructive impulses. The story teaches that awareness, accountability, and self-control are essential in the moral life. God does not coerce Cain. Instead, he offers a chance for reflection and transformation, emphasizing that personal responsibility is central to spiritual growth. Cain's choice to ignore divine warning and act violently introduces the first murder, a profound turning point in human history. Abel's death is tragic, but it also serves as a mirror reflecting the consequences of unchecked sin, resentment, and moral failure. The hidden wisdom here lies in understanding the ripple effects of our actions. Violence, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, affects not only its immediate victims, but also the broader moral and relational fabric. Cain's act is not an isolated event. It becomes a symbol of the destructive potential within humanity when self-interest and envy dominate reason and conscience. The dialogue between God and Cain after the murder further reinforces critical lessons. When God asks Cain where Abel is, Cain responds with the infamous, "Am I my brother's keeper?" This rhetorical question masks the truth of moral responsibility. Hidden in this interaction is the understanding that humans are interconnected, accountable not only for their actions, but also for their impact on others. The story challenges us to recognize our obligations to one another and to cultivate empathy, justice, and moral vigilance. Every human being, in essence, is their brother's keeper, responsible for upholding ethical and spiritual integrity in society. God's judgment on Cain is both merciful and instructive. Cain is condemned to a life of wandering, yet God places a protective mark on him to prevent others from killing him. This duality reveals profound spiritual truths. Actions have consequences, yet divine mercy provides opportunities for reflection, redemption, and continued existence. The hidden lesson here is that spiritual justice is not solely punitive. It balances accountability with compassion, offering humanity the possibility of learning from mistakes rather than being destroyed by them. Another layer of hidden wisdom lies in the contrast between Abel and Cain. Abel's life, though tragically cut short, is remembered for his righteousness and devotion. Cain's life, marked by sin and wandering, serves as a cautionary tale about pride, envy, and moral neglect. Together, their stories reflect the duality of human nature, the potential for goodness, and the susceptibility to wrongdoing. This duality is not merely a historical lesson. It is a timeless exploration of the internal battles that define human experience. The story also explores the theme of moral intention versus external action. While both brothers performed an external ritual, the act of offering, only Abel's intention aligned with righteousness. This subtle lesson emphasizes that ethical living is not only about observable deeds, but also about cultivating purity of heart, humility, and sincerity in all endeavors. Life's true measure is often internal, invisible, and discerned through reflection, conscience, and alignment with divine principles. Cain and Abel's narrative further offers insights into human emotions and psychological realities. Jealousy, anger, and resentment are emotions that arise naturally but must be managed constructively. The story teaches that emotional intelligence, self-reflection, and awareness of spiritual principles are crucial to preventing these natural feelings from escalating into harmful actions. By examining Cain's inner struggle, readers gain insight into their own tendencies and are invited to develop discipline, empathy, and self-control. The story also touches on the notion of legacy and memory. Abel, though deceased, is remembered as righteous, while Cain lives a long life marked by wandering and moral consequence. This contrast suggests that the quality of our moral and spiritual life impacts our enduring influence. Our spiritual legacy and the ethical atmosphere we contribute to the world. Hidden within the narrative is a call to cultivate actions, intentions, and relationships that reflect integrity, devotion, and moral courage. In modern interpretation, the story of Cain and Abel continues to resonate as a cautionary tale about human relationships, ethical responsibility, and the consequences of allowing envy and pride to dictate behavior. It reminds us that conflicts are not merely external. They emerge from internal moral struggles and unmastered impulses. The narrative encourages readers to confront jealousy, self-interest, and resentment within themselves, cultivating discernment, accountability, and empathy as protective spiritual practices. Moreover, the story of Cain and Abel holds lessons about societal responsibility and collective morality. The question, "Am I my brother's keeper?" reverberates beyond the individual, suggesting that communities, societies, and nations must recognize interconnectedness and shared accountability. The hidden wisdom extends to social ethics. The well-being of others is inseparable from one's own moral and spiritual development. Ethical failure in one person can ripple outward, impacting families, communities, and future generations. Finally, Cain and Abel's story underscores the enduring tension between free will and divine guidance. Humans are given choices, emotions, and desires, but they are also provided moral frameworks, divine instruction, and the capacity for reflection. The narrative teaches that life is a constant navigation between temptation and righteousness, resentment and forgiveness, destruction and redemption. By understanding the hidden wisdom in this story, readers are reminded that ethical living is both an internal and relational practice, requiring awareness, responsibility, and continual growth. In conclusion, Cain and Abel are not just historical figures in an ancient narrative. They are archetypes reflecting the ongoing human struggle with morality, envy, and responsibility. The story teaches that intentions matter as much as actions, that unchecked emotions can have devastating consequences, and that humans are fundamentally accountable to one another and to God. The hidden wisdom of Cain and Abel lies in recognizing that spiritual growth emerges from self-awareness, ethical reflection, and the conscious choice to act with integrity, humility, and compassion. By reflecting on this story, readers gain insight into the delicate balance of human emotions, the necessity of moral vigilance, and the enduring consequences of choices made in the interplay between desire, duty, and divine guidance. It reminds humanity that even amidst failure, divine mercy, reflection, and growth are always available, urging us to live responsibly, ethically, and with awareness of the hidden truths that shape the human experience. Noah's Ark. Lessons beyond the flood. The story of Noah's Ark is one of the most iconic and dramatic narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it is a tale of a man, a massive boat, and a global flood that wipes out life. But beneath this dramatic story lies profound hidden wisdom that speaks to human nature, divine judgment, faith, obedience, and the hope of renewal. The narrative is rich in symbolism, ethical guidance, and spiritual insight, offering lessons that extend far beyond the literal event described in Genesis. At its core, the story of Noah begins with humanity's moral decline. Genesis emphasizes that the earth had become corrupt and filled with violence. This description serves as a mirror reflecting humanity's potential for ethical failure when selfishness, greed, and moral neglect dominate behavior. Hidden within this account is the lesson that human actions have consequences not just for the individual, but for the entire community and environment. The story encourages readers to examine their own lives, recognize patterns of moral decay, and consider how personal and collective choices affect the broader world. Noah himself is introduced as a righteous man, blameless among the people of his time, and he walked faithfully with God. This description is crucial because it establishes the story's moral and spiritual axis. Righteousness and obedience matter, even in a world overwhelmed by corruption. Noah's character exemplifies the hidden wisdom that faithfulness and integrity are not always recognized or rewarded in the short term, but they serve as the foundation for survival, renewal, and alignment with divine purpose. The story reminds readers that maintaining ethical integrity in challenging circumstances is both necessary and transformative. God's command to Noah to build the ark is highly symbolic. On one level, it is a literal instruction to prepare for an impending flood. But on a deeper level, the ark represents a spiritual refuge, a place of moral preservation, and a commitment to divine guidance. Building the ark required immense faith, effort, and patience, symbolizing the disciplined work and moral perseverance required to withstand life's trials. Noah's obedience illustrates a key lesson: aligning one's actions with divine instruction often demands courage, foresight, and trust in a higher plan, even when immediate understanding or societal support is lacking. The dimensions and specifications of the ark are also rich with hidden meaning. The care with which Noah follows God's instructions reflects the principle that spiritual obedience is precise, intentional, and attentive to detail. The ark becomes more than a physical structure. It is a metaphor for moral and spiritual preparation. Just as Noah carefully constructed the ark, individuals are called to build their lives around ethical principles, spiritual practices, and inner integrity to weather life's inevitable challenges. The inclusion of animals in the ark is another layer of hidden wisdom. God instructs Noah to take 2 of every kind, male and female, and in some cases, 7 pairs. This act symbolizes stewardship, the interconnectedness of all life, and the sacred duty humans have to preserve creation. The ark becomes a microcosm of the world, reflecting the importance of balance, care, and responsibility. The story reminds humanity that ethical and spiritual living includes concern for others, not only fellow humans but all creatures that share the planet. The flood itself is rich in symbolic meaning. Water, in many spiritual traditions, represents both destruction and purification. The flood destroys a world steeped in corruption, but it also clears the path for renewal. Hidden in this narrative is the lesson that periods of challenge, loss, or upheaval in life, though painful, can serve as opportunities for cleansing, transformation, and a fresh start. The flood embodies the tension between judgment and mercy, highlighting that divine intervention seeks not only to punish, but also to restore balance and offer the possibility of a new beginning. Noah's journey through the flood teaches the value of patience and faith under uncertainty. For over a year, Noah and his family navigate the ark while the waters dominate the earth. This prolonged period represents the challenges of enduring trials with steadfastness, trust, and discipline. Hidden in this is a universal principle: life's difficulties often require sustained commitment, resilience, and faith in unseen outcomes. Noah's unwavering obedience demonstrates that spiritual integrity is proven not in moments of ease, but in the endurance of adversity. The post-flood covenant between God and Noah further deepens the hidden wisdom of the story. God promises never again to destroy the earth with a flood, and sets the rainbow as a sign of this promise. The rainbow symbolizes hope, divine faithfulness, and the assurance of renewal after devastation. The covenant illustrates a crucial principle: despite human failure, divine mercy provides opportunities for restoration and moral progression. It encourages readers to embrace forgiveness, renewal, and the hope of a better future, while remaining mindful of ethical responsibilities. The narrative also conveys lessons about leadership, family, and communal responsibility. Noah is not alone in his task. He involves his family, and together they participate in building, preserving, and surviving. This collaboration reflects the importance of shared effort, unity, and moral partnership in overcoming challenges. Hidden wisdom emerges in the recognition that no individual, regardless of righteousness, exists in isolation. Ethical and spiritual endeavors are deeply relational and communal. Noah's Ark also functions as a metaphor for personal spiritual journey. The Ark, floating on turbulent waters, represents the inner sanctuary that sustains the soul amidst the chaos of life. The floodwaters symbolize external challenges, societal corruption, and inner turmoil. Those who navigate life with moral integrity, discipline, and faith, like Noah, can emerge stronger, wiser, and more attuned to divine purpose. This metaphor invites reflection on personal resilience, moral clarity, and the ways in which spiritual preparation can shield against life's unpredictable challenges. In addition, the story emphasizes the interplay of justice and mercy. While the flood represents divine judgment against corruption, Noah and his family are spared because of righteousness and obedience. This duality illustrates a profound principle. Moral order requires accountability, but it is balanced by mercy and the opportunity for renewal. The hidden wisdom suggests that human life is governed by both ethical responsibility and grace, reminding readers to strive for righteousness while also embracing compassion and forgiveness. The story of Noah and the ark also resonates in modern times as a metaphor for ethical stewardship and environmental responsibility. Just as Noah preserved life during the flood, humans today are entrusted with the care of the planet, animals, and natural resources. Hidden in this ancient story is a call to recognize the consequences of moral and ecological neglect, and to actively participate in preservation, restoration, and ethical responsibility. It teaches that moral and environmental stewardship are interconnected, essential for sustaining life, and aligned with divine purpose. Finally, the story emphasizes hope, renewal, and the cyclical nature of life. After the floodwaters recede, life begins anew. The rainbow, the covenant, and the repopulation of the earth symbolize new opportunities, second chances, and the enduring potential for growth. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that setbacks, challenges, and even catastrophic events are not the end of the story. They are part of a larger process of moral and spiritual evolution, inviting humanity to learn, reflect, and emerge with greater insight and purpose. In conclusion, the story of Noah's Ark is far more than a historical or literal account of a flood. It is a narrative imbued with hidden wisdom about faith, obedience, moral responsibility, stewardship, resilience, and the interplay of judgment and mercy. Noah's life and actions provide a model for ethical and spiritual living, demonstrating that integrity, courage, and alignment with divine guidance can sustain individuals and communities even in the most challenging circumstances. The ark symbolizes the sanctuary of the soul, moral preparation, and the capacity to navigate life's tumultuous waters with faith, patience, and diligence. The flood narrative continues to speak to humanity across generations. It reminds us of the consequences of moral failure, the importance of ethical living, the necessity of stewardship, and the promise of renewal. By understanding the hidden wisdom in Noah's story, readers gain insight into personal growth, spiritual development, and the timeless principles that guide human life. The ark teaches that even amidst chaos and destruction, faith, obedience, and moral courage can preserve life, nurture hope, and ensure the continuity of creation in alignment with divine purpose. The secret message of the Tower of Babel, lessons in pride and unity. The story of the Tower of Babel, found in Genesis 11:1-9, is a brief yet profound narrative that offers insights far beyond the literal account of a city and a tower. On the surface, it appears as a story of human ambition, thwarted by divine intervention. But hidden within it are lessons about pride, unity, ambition, communication, and the complex relationship between humanity and God. The Tower of Babel is not merely an ancient tale of architecture. It is a mirror reflecting human tendencies, moral responsibilities, and the consequences of collective choices. The narrative begins with humanity sharing a single language and a unified purpose. This initial unity is significant. It represents the potential for collaboration, shared vision, and collective achievement. Language and communication are foundational to human progress, allowing people to cooperate, plan, and innovate. Hidden within this context is the understanding that unity and cooperation are blessings, offering tremendous power to achieve great things when aligned with ethical principles. At this early stage in human history, the world symbolizes potential, shared purpose, and the capacity for both creation and destruction. However, the people's intention to make a name for themselves introduces the story's central theme: pride and self-glorification. Their ambition is not inherently wrong. Human beings are naturally driven to create, build, and leave a legacy. But the problem lies in the motivation. The hidden wisdom here is profound. Actions guided by ego, rather than divine alignment, can lead to moral and spiritual imbalance. The narrative cautions against seeking recognition, power, or status at the expense of humility, ethical responsibility, and alignment with higher principles. Pride, when unchecked, can distort human ambition and result in fragmentation and failure. The construction of the tower itself is highly symbolic. A tower, reaching toward the heavens, reflects humanity's desire to transcend limitations, attain greatness, and perhaps even rival divine authority. While human creativity and ambition are gifts, the story warns that without ethical grounding, these qualities can lead to hubris. Hidden within the Tower of Babel is the lesson that spiritual and moral wisdom must guide human endeavors. The height and grandeur of the tower symbolize not only technological or societal achievement, but also the moral and spiritual orientation that underlies such accomplishments. God's intervention in the narrative carries its own profound lessons. By confusing human language and scattering people across the earth, God disrupts their project and forces them to confront the limits of ambition and the dangers of collective arrogance. This act is not merely punitive, it is corrective, revealing the delicate balance between human freedom and divine guidance. The story suggests that ethical and spiritual boundaries exist, not to restrict humanity arbitrarily, but to ensure that collective power is exercised responsibly. When humans overreach without moral discernment, correction becomes necessary for their own development and the preservation of societal harmony. The confusion of language in the story is especially rich in hidden meaning. Language is a vehicle for thought, intention, and understanding. By creating linguistic diversity, the narrative highlights the potential for miscommunication, misalignment, and the challenges of coordination in human society. Hidden within this event is a lesson about humility, the limits of human knowledge, and the importance of seeking wisdom before action. The dispersion of languages also encourages reflection on cultural diversity, teaching that differences among people are part of a divine design, not merely obstacles, and that learning to navigate these differences is essential for ethical and communal growth. The scattering of people across the earth introduces a powerful lesson about adaptation and renewal. Though the unity of language and purpose is disrupted, humans are forced to settle in diverse environments, cultivate new skills, and adapt to varying circumstances. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Challenges, disruptions, and apparent setbacks often create opportunities for growth, innovation, and resilience. While the Tower of Babel represents overreach and the consequences of pride, the aftermath symbolizes the potential for diversity, creativity, and the spread of human civilization across the globe. Adversity, when approached with wisdom and humility, becomes a catalyst for development rather than mere punishment. The story also contains lessons about the moral dimension of collective action. The ambition to build a tower, to make a name for themselves, reflects a communal choice driven by pride. Hidden within this narrative is a warning that collective endeavors, when guided by ego rather than ethical principle, can amplify destructive tendencies. Conversely, when communities align their efforts with justice, humility, and service, their unity can yield extraordinary achievements. The Tower of Babel challenges readers to consider the ethical frameworks that guide collaborative action and the ways in which ambition, when untempered by moral awareness, can lead to division and disorder. Another layer of hidden wisdom lies in the contrast between human potential and divine oversight. Humanity possesses creativity, intelligence, and the capacity for remarkable achievement. Yet the narrative reminds us that these gifts exist within a moral and spiritual framework. The story emphasizes that ambition without humility and wisdom can become self-defeating. Hidden within the Tower of Babel is the lesson that true greatness is measured not by the height of our achievements, but by the ethical and spiritual principles that guide them. The balance between human freedom and divine guidance is central to the story's enduring relevance. In addition, the Tower of Babel provides insights into the human tendency to prioritize personal or collective glory over service. Humility and alignment with a higher purpose. The desire to make a name for oneself is natural. But when it eclipses ethical responsibility, it becomes a form of spiritual blindness. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that meaningful life and enduring impact arise from service, moral integrity, and alignment with divine principles rather than mere recognition or fame. The narrative encourages self-reflection, reminding readers to examine their intentions and ensure that ambition is balanced by humility, compassion, and ethical consideration. The dispersion of humanity also has profound implications for understanding cultural and linguistic diversity. Instead of viewing diversity as a problem, the story invites us to see it as part of a divine design, encouraging mutual understanding, cooperation, and respect across differences. Hidden in this narrative is the lesson that diversity, when approached with wisdom, strengthens human civilization, fosters creativity, and broadens perspective. The Tower of Babel teaches that human differences are opportunities for learning, adaptation, and ethical growth rather than sources of division alone. Furthermore, the story underscores the importance of communication, dialogue, and mutual understanding in human life. The confusion of languages illustrates how fragile communication can be and how easily misalignment can occur when moral and ethical guidance is absent. Hidden wisdom here points to the necessity of clarity, honesty, and humility in speech and action. Humans are reminded that words carry power, influence relationships, and shape communities, and ethical communication is essential for collective well-being. The Tower of Babel also serves as a cautionary tale about the limits of human control. Despite intelligence, planning, and collective effort, humans cannot circumvent divine order or escape the consequences of ethical imbalance. Hidden within this narrative is the enduring truth that power, ambition, and innovation must be balanced with moral discernment and spiritual awareness. Human achievement alone is insufficient. Lasting success depends on alignment with ethical and spiritual principles that transcend individual or collective ego. Finally, the story of the Tower of Babel emphasizes hope, learning, and the potential for human growth despite failure. Though the original plan is disrupted, humanity survives, adapts, and flourishes across the earth. The hidden wisdom lies in understanding that setbacks, divine correction, or the consequences of overreach are not permanent failures, but opportunities for reflection, growth, and realignment with purpose. The narrative teaches that ambition, when guided by humility, ethical integrity, and wisdom, can still yield meaningful progress and positive transformation. In conclusion, the Tower of Babel is far more than a story of human pride or divine intervention. It is a narrative rich with hidden wisdom about unity, ambition, communication, ethical responsibility, cultural diversity, and the interplay between human potential and divine guidance. The story warns against the dangers of pride, self-glorification, and ethical neglect, while highlighting the importance of humility, moral alignment, and service to a higher purpose. The confusion of language and dispersion of people serve as reminders that human achievements must be guided by ethical principles and spiritual awareness to endure meaningfully. By understanding the hidden meanings in the Tower of Babel, readers gain insight into the complexities of ambition, the necessity of humility, and the importance of ethical and spiritual frameworks in guiding collective action. The story continues to resonate across generations, reminding humanity that true greatness emerges not from ego or pride, but from collaboration, moral integrity, and alignment with divine wisdom. The Tower of Babel stands as both a warning and a lesson, a call to navigate ambition with humility, communication with clarity, and unity with ethical purpose. Abraham's test. Faith beyond the sacrifice. The story of Abraham's test, often referred to as the binding of Isaac or the Akedah, is one of the most profound and challenging narratives in the Old Testament. Found in Genesis 22, it recounts God commanding Abraham to offer his son Isaac as a sacrifice. At first glance, this story appears shocking and even incomprehensible. How could a loving God ask such a thing? Yet, beneath the surface lies a wealth of hidden wisdom, spiritual insight, and ethical reflection that speaks deeply to faith, obedience, trust, and the nature of divine, human relationships. The narrative begins with God calling Abraham, highlighting the intimate and covenantal relationship between the divine and humanity. Abraham's journey is characterized by faith that has been tested repeatedly, but Genesis 22 presents perhaps the ultimate challenge. Abraham is called to demonstrate unwavering trust, even when the command defies human logic and emotions. Hidden within this narrative is the lesson that true faith is not passive, it is active, tested, and often requires courage in the face of uncertainty and fear. Abraham's response exemplifies the essence of spiritual maturity, trust in divine wisdom beyond human understanding. The command to sacrifice Isaac is deeply symbolic. Isaac represents not only the son of promise, but also the embodiment of hope, future, and continuity of Abraham's lineage. Asking Abraham to offer Isaac tests the depth of his devotion, highlighting the tension between personal attachment and spiritual commitment. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Sometimes, spiritual growth demands prioritizing divine will over personal desire, security, or attachment. The narrative challenges readers to examine what they hold most dearly and whether their loyalties align with higher principles. Abraham's journey to Mount Moriah is rich with metaphorical meaning. Carrying the wood for the offering, guiding Isaac, and climbing the mountain symbolizes the spiritual ascent, the burden of faith, and the internal struggle that accompanies obedience to divine guidance. Hidden within this journey is the recognition that moral and spiritual challenges often require preparation, perseverance, and the willingness to confront discomfort, fear, and uncertainty. Life's most significant tests are rarely instantaneous. They unfold gradually, demanding reflection, endurance, and active engagement. Isaac's role in the narrative also offers subtle insights. While Abraham is the central figure, Isaac represents innocence, trust, and the human element of the divine-human covenant. Hidden within their interaction is the lesson that faith is relational. It affects others, shapes relationships, and requires sensitivity to the impact of spiritual commitments on family, community, and loved ones. The story underscores that ethical and spiritual decisions are never made in isolation. They ripple outward, influencing and shaping the lives of others. When Abraham prepares to offer Isaac, the narrative reaches its climax. The moment is filled with tension, uncertainty, and profound moral significance. Hidden wisdom emerges in the pause before action. The story emphasizes contemplation, awareness, and readiness in moral decision-making. Abraham's willingness to obey does not imply blind compliance. It reflects discernment, alignment with divine instruction, and an understanding that ethical and spiritual duties may require sacrifice and moral courage. God's intervention at the last moment, providing a ram in place of Isaac, carries layers of symbolic meaning. The ram represents divine provision, mercy, and the idea that ultimate sacrifice is not the destruction of what is precious, but the recognition of trust, obedience, and moral alignment. Hidden wisdom here teaches that ethical and spiritual tests are not intended solely to harm or punish, but to cultivate growth, insight, and understanding. Life's challenges are opportunities to deepen faith, clarify priorities, and recognize divine guidance in tangible ways. The test of Abraham also speaks to the nature of human obedience and moral responsibility. Abraham's actions are not motivated by fear or coercion, but by devotion, trust, and relational awareness with God. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that ethical integrity often requires aligning actions with principles, even when outcomes are uncertain or personally challenging. Obedience, in this context, is not submission without thought. It is an active engagement of conscience, reasoning, and spiritual insight. Furthermore, the narrative reflects the tension between human understanding and divine wisdom. Abraham cannot foresee the future or understand the rationale behind the command fully, yet he proceeds in faith. Hidden in this tension is a profound lesson. Human knowledge is limited, but spiritual discernment allows for trust, alignment, and moral responsiveness. The story encourages readers to cultivate humility, patience, and faith in contexts where comprehension is incomplete, but moral and spiritual responsibilities remain clear. Abraham's test also provides insights into the nature of covenant and promise. Isaac is the child of God's promise, the continuation of lineage, and the bearer of hope. By demonstrating faith, Abraham confirms his commitment to the covenant, while simultaneously learning that divine providence ensures that faithfulness is rewarded, not destroyed. Hidden wisdom emerges. Spiritual fidelity is not about loss, but about aligning with principles that transcend immediate outcomes, ultimately fostering growth, blessing, and continuity. The narrative also emphasizes the interplay of fear, love, and trust. Abraham experiences fear, yet his love for God supersedes personal emotion. Hidden wisdom here involves understanding the complexity of human motivation. True faith integrates emotional awareness, ethical reflection, and spiritual commitment. Life's most profound lessons often involve navigating the tension between instinctive fear and the higher call of purpose, devotion, and principle. From a modern perspective, Abraham's test challenges readers to consider the nature of personal sacrifice, ethical courage, and spiritual alignment. Hidden in the narrative is a universal principle. Meaningful growth often requires relinquishing attachment, control, or personal desires in favor of higher truths, ethical imperatives, or spiritual alignment. The story serves as a reminder that faith, integrity, and moral courage are cultivated not in comfort, but through trials that test character, insight, and devotion. The ram in the thicket also carries enduring symbolic lessons. It represents providence, redemption, and the idea that ethical and spiritual challenges are often accompanied by guidance, support, and alternative paths. Hidden wisdom emerges. Obedience, faith, and moral courage are not acts of isolation. They intersect with divine support, opportunity, and eventual restoration. The story emphasizes that even the most daunting tests are accompanied by pathways to resolution, growth, and insight. The Akedah also provides insights into leadership and moral example. Abraham's faithfulness serves as a model for ethical and spiritual conduct, demonstrating how integrity, devotion, and trust can influence generations. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that personal moral choices are not only about individual development, but also about shaping culture, community, and spiritual legacy. Ethical leadership is cultivated through integrity, courage, and consistent alignment with higher principles. Finally, the story of Abraham's test underscores the profound relationship between faith and action. Faith is not passive belief. It is active engagement with moral and spiritual challenges. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that true devotion integrates thought, reflection, courage, and alignment with principles that transcend immediate understanding. The narrative teaches that life's ultimate lessons are revealed through the willingness to act ethically, trust in divine wisdom, and navigate challenges with integrity, humility, and devotion. In conclusion, Abraham's test is far more than a story of a father and son. It is a narrative rich with hidden wisdom about faith, obedience, trust, moral courage, and divine human relationships. The story teaches that true spiritual growth is tested through challenges, that obedience integrates understanding, and that ethical integrity requires aligning personal action with higher principles. The ram symbolizes mercy, providence, and the possibility of redemption, highlighting that even the most daunting trials carry lessons, support, and eventual restoration. By reflecting on Abraham's test, readers gain insight into the nature of faith, the interplay of fear and devotion, the responsibilities of ethical and spiritual alignment, and the enduring principle that true obedience and moral courage are cultivated through trials that challenge understanding, attachment, and personal desires. The story continues to resonate across generations, reminding humanity that faith, integrity, and moral discernment are the foundation of spiritual maturity and alignment with divine purpose. Isaac and Rebekah, a story of divine guidance and hidden lessons. The story of Isaac and Rebekah, found in Genesis 24, is a narrative rich with subtle wisdom, divine providence, and the unfolding of God's plan through human action. Often overlooked in favor of more dramatic Old Testament stories, this account offers profound insights into trust, discernment, divine timing, and the interplay of human effort with spiritual guidance. Beneath its surface lies a layered exploration of faith, relational dynamics, and the hidden workings of divine orchestration. The story begins with Abraham, recognizing his advanced age and the importance of securing a suitable wife for his son Isaac, entrusting his servant with a crucial mission. This sets the stage for a narrative about preparation, guidance, and trust. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Life's important decisions require thoughtful planning, careful consideration, and reliance not only on human judgment, but also on divine guidance. Abraham's proactive approach, coupled with prayer and moral discernment, illustrates that faith is not passive. It engages the mind, heart, and spirit in alignment with divine purpose. The servant's journey to find Rebekah is a model of prayerful dependence and sensitivity to divine direction. Before taking any action, he prays to God for guidance, asking for a clear sign to identify the right woman for Isaac. This act underscores a crucial lesson. Human effort must be coupled with spiritual discernment. Hidden within this prayer is the principle of alignment with divine will, acknowledging human limitations and seeking guidance from a higher source before taking steps that have lasting consequences. The narrative teaches that prayer and reflection are essential companions to decision making, ensuring choices are morally grounded and spiritually attuned. Rebekah's introduction is equally rich in symbolic meaning. She arrives at the well, demonstrating hospitality, kindness, and diligence, qualities that signify her suitability as Isaac's partner. The well itself is symbolic, a source of life, sustenance, and refreshment, representing the nurturing qualities essential for sustaining relationships, family, and community. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that character, integrity, and ethical conduct often reveal themselves in everyday actions, reflecting the inner disposition that aligns with divine purpose. Rebekah's willingness to serve, her attentiveness, and her humility are indicators of the inner qualities that guide God's choice. The servant's interaction with Rebekah highlights the subtle workings of providence and human discernment. By observing her actions and responding to prayerful signs, he confirms that she is the one God intends for Isaac. Hidden within this process is the lesson that divine guidance often works through ordinary circumstances, observations, and thoughtful attention to detail. Providence does not always announce itself loudly. Rather, it often unfolds through careful observation, discernment, and responsiveness to ethical and spiritual cues in everyday life. The story also emphasizes the importance of consent and mutual understanding in relationships. Rebekah's willingness to accompany the servant to marry Isaac demonstrates her agency, decision-making, and alignment with divine purpose. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that ethical relationships require informed consent, shared values, and spiritual alignment. Rebekah's decision is not coerced, but reflective of her discernment and readiness to embrace a divinely guided path, highlighting the integration of personal responsibility with openness to divine guidance. Isaac's response to Rebekah upon meeting her is subtle, yet deeply meaningful. Though the narrative does not dwell on dramatic dialogue, the mutual recognition, comfort, and growing bond reflect the unfolding of God's plan and the harmony of character and intention. Hidden wisdom here suggests that successful relationships are built on alignment of values, respect, and openness to shared purpose. Divine orchestration does not remove human effort. It aligns hearts and minds to foster meaningful connection, trust, and partnership. The story also offers profound lessons about timing, patience, and faith. Abraham's careful planning, the servant's prayer, and Rebekah's responsiveness all occur within a divinely appointed timeline. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that human impatience often conflicts with divine timing. Rushing decisions or acting without guidance can lead to misalignment, while patient discernment allows providence to unfold in a manner that ensures lasting benefit and moral integrity. The narrative teaches that faith involves trusting the timing of life events, while actively engaging in responsible, ethically guided action. Another layer of hidden meaning is found in the servant's meticulous approach. He does not act impulsively or assume outcomes. He seeks clear signs, evaluates actions, and confirms alignment with prayer and observation. Hidden wisdom emerges here: discernment, patience, and moral reflection are essential in navigating complex life decisions. Ethical and spiritual awareness involves attentive observation, humility, and sensitivity to guidance that may manifest subtly rather than through forceful or immediate results. The story of Isaac and Rebekah also provides lessons about hospitality, service, and the significance of everyday virtues. Rebekah's kindness, willingness to draw water for the camels, and attentiveness to strangers are not minor details. They signify character, moral orientation, and spiritual readiness. Hidden within these actions is the principle that small acts of service and ethical conduct often reveal inner wisdom, align individuals with divine purpose, and lay the groundwork for meaningful life events. Moreover, the narrative demonstrates the integration of human initiative with divine providence. Abraham sends his servant with a clear plan, yet the success of the mission relies on responsiveness to divine guidance and ethical discernment at each stage. Hidden wisdom here emphasizes the balance between planning and submission to higher wisdom. Life's most meaningful outcomes emerge not from unilateral action or reliance on force alone, but from thoughtful, ethically grounded engagement in partnership with divine guidance. The journey of Rebekah and her family also underscores relational responsibility and ethical conduct. Negotiations, consent, and respectful communication reflect a moral and spiritual framework guiding human interaction. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical relationships, whether familial, marital, or communal, require integrity, mutual respect, and adherence to principles that foster harmony, trust, and alignment with divine intention. Finally, the story offers profound lessons about hope, trust, and the unfolding of destiny. The union of Isaac and Rebekah becomes the foundation for the continuation of the Abrahamic covenant, shaping generations and reflecting the long-term impact of ethically guided decisions. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that individual choices, when aligned with moral and spiritual principles, contribute to broader divine purposes and enduring legacy. Faithful action, ethical discernment, and attentiveness to divine guidance are essential components in cultivating meaningful, impactful lives. In conclusion, the story of Isaac and Rebekah is far more than a narrative about arranged marriage. It is a story of faith, discernment, divine guidance, and ethical alignment. Hidden within the account are lessons about character, patience, providence, relational integrity, and the integration of human initiative with spiritual wisdom. The journey, and the careful attention to signs symbolize the subtle yet profound ways in which divine guidance operates through everyday actions, moral discernment, and relational choices. By reflecting on the hidden lessons in the story of Isaac and Rebekah, readers gain insight into the interplay between human effort and divine guidance, the importance of ethical and moral discernment in decision making, and the role of patience, service, and humility in shaping meaningful life paths. The narrative continues to resonate, teaching that faith, attentiveness, and integrity create conditions for divine alignment, relational harmony, and the fulfillment of enduring purpose. Jacob's ladder dreams with hidden meanings. The story of Jacob's ladder, found in Genesis 20:18-22, is one of the most symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it describes a simple dream in which Jacob sees a ladder stretching from earth to heaven, with angels ascending and descending. Yet beneath this dream lies profound hidden wisdom about divine communication, spiritual growth, moral responsibility, and the intricate relationship between human ambition and divine providence. Jacob's experience at Bethel serves as a spiritual lens through which we can explore the complexities of faith, personal transformation, and the unfolding of God's plan. Jacob's journey begins with a flight from his brother Esau, whom he has deceived to receive the blessing of the firstborn. This initial context is crucial for understanding the narrative. Jacob's fear, guilt, and uncertainty set the stage for a moment of profound spiritual revelation. Hidden within this story is the lesson that divine encounters often occur in moments of vulnerability, transition, and personal reflection. Life's most significant spiritual insights are frequently revealed during periods of uncertainty, when humans are most receptive to guidance and self-examination. The ladder itself is highly symbolic, representing the connection between heaven and earth. Angels ascending and descending signify the ongoing communication between the divine and human realms. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that spiritual growth is not a one-time event. It is an ongoing process in which divine guidance, opportunities for reflection, and moral choices continually interact. The ladder symbolizes the bridge between human effort and divine providence, highlighting that spiritual life is an interplay of action, contemplation, and receptivity to higher wisdom. Jacob's vision also emphasizes the concept of covenant and divine promise. God reiterates the promises made to Abraham and Isaac, assuring Jacob of land, descendants, and blessing. Hidden within this promise is the principle of continuity and faithfulness. Divine plans often unfold across generations, and human actions are part of a larger, unfolding narrative. Jacob's personal journey, fraught with moral ambiguity and fear, is integrated into a grander divine design, teaching that individual struggles are meaningful when aligned with ethical and spiritual purpose. The dream's timing is significant. Jacob rests for the night, weary from travel and burdened by anxiety. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Spiritual revelation often occurs in moments of pause, reflection, and vulnerability. Retreat and rest are essential components of moral and spiritual discernment. Jacob's experience reminds readers that divine insight is accessible when one creates space for contemplation, self-examination, and openness to higher guidance. Life's lessons often arrive when external action is suspended, allowing the inner self to connect with the divine. Jacob's response to the vision further illustrates the narrative's hidden wisdom. He awakes with awe, declaring the place to be the house of God and the gate of heaven. This recognition reflects awareness, reverence, and moral awakening. Hidden within this response is the understanding that spiritual experiences are transformative, prompting ethical reflection, humility, and renewed commitment to moral responsibility. Jacob's acknowledgement signifies the awakening of conscience and the recognition that divine presence informs, guides, and shapes human action. The ladder and angels also symbolize moral and spiritual dynamics in human life. Ascending angels can represent guidance, virtues, and opportunities for growth, while descending angels may reflect the challenges, consequences, and lessons that accompany moral choices. Hidden wisdom here lies in recognizing that life is an interplay of support, temptation, reward, and consequence. Spiritual growth requires navigating this dynamic, learning from both successes and failures, and remaining attentive to the ethical implications of one's actions. The narrative also emphasizes divine accessibility. The ladder connects heaven and earth, symbolizing that communication with God is not limited to prophets, holy men, or extraordinary circumstances. Hidden within this story is the lesson that divine guidance is available to all who seek it with sincerity, openness, and ethical intent. Spiritual awareness is not confined to physical spaces or ritualistic practices. It is a continuous interaction between human receptivity, moral choice, and divine presence. Jacob's covenantal vow, following the vision, demonstrates the integration of human initiative with divine promise. He pledges to give 1/10 of all he receives and to honor God if he returns safely. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Spiritual commitment requires not only recognition, but also actionable dedication. Faith is intertwined with responsibility, ethical conduct, and practical expressions of gratitude and alignment with divine principles. Jacob's vow signifies the moral dimension of spiritual experience, the need to translate insight into committed, ethical action. The location of Bethel carries additional symbolic significance. It becomes a sacred site, remembered and revered in later narratives, emphasizing that moments of moral and spiritual awakening leave enduring marks. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that spiritual experiences are not ephemeral. They create ethical and moral landmarks in human consciousness, shaping decisions, relationships, and legacies over time. Encounters with the divine leave permanent impressions that guide future action and moral discernment. Jacob's dream also reflects the tension between human ambition and divine guidance. At the beginning, Jacob's journey is motivated by self-interest, fear, and desire to secure personal blessing. Hidden wisdom emerges in the realization that divine intervention often redirects human ambition toward moral and spiritual alignment. Life's challenges, fears, and ambitions are not condemned, but transformed when illuminated by insight, ethical reflection, and openness to guidance. Jacob's ladder teaches that personal growth involves aligning desire with higher purpose, integrating ambition with virtue, and navigating life's challenges with both initiative and humility. The vision of ascending and descending angels also invites reflection on the cyclic nature of human experience. Life involves both progression and setbacks, guidance and temptation, reward and consequence. Hidden wisdom here is the recognition that moral and spiritual development is not linear. It involves continuous effort, learning, and responsiveness to evolving circumstances. The ladder is a metaphor for resilience, ethical attentiveness, and the ongoing journey towards spiritual maturity. Furthermore, Jacob's encounter teaches lessons about human recognition of divine presence in ordinary circumstances. He meets God not on a mountaintop of extraordinary deeds, but during a pause in travel, in solitude, and in contemplation. Hidden wisdom lies in the understanding that spiritual awareness often arises in everyday life through reflection, attentiveness, and moral sensitivity. Ordinary moments hold extraordinary potential for insight, moral awakening, and ethical transformation. Jacob's ladder also reflects the principle of interconnectedness between generations. The promises extended to Abraham and Isaac continue through Jacob, emphasizing that human actions contribute to the unfolding of a larger moral and spiritual narrative. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that ethical decisions, faithfulness, and moral integrity have consequences that extend beyond the individual, shaping families, communities, and future generations. Life's moral framework is generational, reinforcing responsibility, stewardship, and alignment with higher principles. The story ultimately highlights the integration of fear, hope, and moral commitment. Jacob's initial fear and uncertainty are transformed through divine revelation into courage, awareness, and a pledge of fidelity. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that spiritual experiences are transformative, prompting ethical reflection, responsibility, and renewed purpose. Encounters with divine guidance reshape human motivation, providing clarity, insight, and moral alignment. In conclusion, the story of Jacob's ladder is far more than a dream narrative. It is a complex exploration of divine, human interaction, spiritual growth, ethical responsibility, and the integration of ambition with moral and spiritual alignment. Hidden within the dream are lessons about discernment, patience, responsiveness, and the continuous interplay between human initiative and divine guidance. Jacob's vision teaches that life is a journey of moral, and spiritual ascent, punctuated by reflection on ethical vigilance and openness to guidance that connects the human and the divine. By reflecting on the hidden meanings in Jacob's ladder, readers gain insight into the nature of divine communication, moral responsibility, personal growth, and the ethical dimensions of human ambition. The narrative continues to inspire, reminding humanity that spiritual awareness is accessible to all. Moral choices are continuous, and alignment with higher principles is essential for enduring fulfillment, guidance, and ethical integrity. The ladder, angels, and covenant serve as enduring symbols of the journey toward moral clarity, spiritual maturity, and harmonious connection with the divine. Joseph's journey, hidden lessons of trials, faith, and destiny. The story of Joseph, found in Genesis 3:7-50, is one of the most captivating narratives of the Old Testament, offering profound insights into human nature, divine providence, resilience, forgiveness, and moral growth. On the surface, it is a tale of a young man sold into slavery by his brothers, rising to power in Egypt, and eventually saving his family during famine. Yet beneath the dramatic events lies hidden wisdom, ethical lessons, and spiritual truths that continue to resonate across generations. Joseph's journey is both a personal odyssey and a moral parable, illuminating the complex interplay between human choice, divine guidance, and the unfolding of destiny. Joseph's story begins with his position within the family of Jacob. As the favored son, adorned with a coat of many colors, Joseph stands out, not only because of his appearance, but also due to his unique gifts, character, and spiritual sensitivity. This favoritism creates tension among his brothers, revealing timeless truths about jealousy, rivalry, and human vulnerability. Hidden wisdom emerges: family dynamics, social comparison, and envy are forces that can disrupt relationships and moral order. Joseph's early experiences illustrate that personal gifts, while blessings, often attract challenges that require ethical awareness, resilience, and humility. Joseph's dreams are another key element of hidden meaning. He dreams of his brothers and even his parents bowing to him, which he recounts without malice or subtlety. These dreams symbolize divine insight into his future and foreshadow the broader trajectory of God's plan. Hidden wisdom lies in the narrative's suggestion that spiritual awareness often manifests in ways that may be misunderstood, resented, or even provoke conflict. Joseph's honesty and openness about his dreams serve as reminders that foresight and moral clarity, though sometimes unpopular, are integral to ethical and spiritual growth. The betrayal by his brothers, who sell him into slavery, introduces a profound lesson about human weakness and moral choice. The narrative highlights the consequences of envy, deceit, and impulsive decisions. Hidden wisdom here is clear. Ethical failures, particularly within communities and families, have far reaching effects. Joseph's suffering, though undeserved, becomes a vehicle for moral and spiritual development, emphasizing that trials often carry deeper lessons and opportunities for growth. This illustrates a recurring Old Testament theme: adversity can catalyze transformation, resilience, and eventual alignment with divine purpose. Joseph's time in Potiphar's house, followed by his unjust imprisonment, further underscores hidden lessons about integrity, patience, and ethical perseverance. Despite false accusations and hardship, Joseph remains morally steadfast and diligent in his responsibilities. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical living often requires enduring hardship without compromising principles. Trials are not necessarily punishments, but are opportunities for character development, spiritual refinement, and preparation for greater responsibility. Joseph's resilience exemplifies the cultivation of virtue in the face of adversity. A critical turning point occurs when Joseph interprets the dreams of Pharaoh's cupbearer and baker. His ability to discern meaning in these dreams demonstrates a combination of wisdom, spiritual insight, and moral clarity. Hidden within this narrative is the lesson that knowledge, intuition, and ethical discernment, when combined, allow humans to navigate complex situations effectively. Joseph's skill is not purely intellectual. It reflects alignment with divine guidance and ethical responsibility, reinforcing the principle that wisdom is inseparable from moral and spiritual awareness. Joseph's elevation to power in Egypt represents both the fulfillment of his earlier dreams and the manifestation of divine providence. Despite human betrayal, deception, and suffering, his integrity and faithfulness position him to influence events on a national and familial scale. Hidden wisdom lies in the recognition that ethical perseverance and moral courage can yield outcomes that extend far beyond personal benefit. Joseph's story teaches that enduring principles of justice, wisdom, and faithfulness shape destiny in ways that surpass immediate understanding or temporal recognition. The famine in Egypt and Joseph's management of resources provide additional lessons. His foresight, planning, and administrative skill exemplify ethical leadership, prudence, and responsibility. Hidden wisdom here emphasizes that leadership requires both moral integrity and practical competence. Ethical foresight, combined with moral courage, allows individuals to serve the greater good, demonstrating that spiritual and ethical principles must be operationalized through tangible action to achieve meaningful impact. Joseph's reunion with his brothers is perhaps the richest source of hidden lessons in the narrative. Confronted with those who wronged him, he chooses forgiveness, reconciliation, and mercy. Hidden wisdom emerges here. True moral strength lies not in retaliation, but in compassion, discernment, and the capacity to transcend personal grievance. Joseph's forgiveness is not passive. It is an active decision that reflects ethical maturity, spiritual insight, and recognition of divine providence in orchestrating the larger purpose of his journey. The narrative also emphasizes the interplay between human free will and divine providence. While Joseph's brothers make choices driven by envy and selfishness, God's overarching plan transforms these actions into instruments for greater good. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that life's adversities and human actions, even negative ones, can be incorporated into a broader moral and spiritual framework. The story of Joseph teaches that ethical awareness, resilience, and faith can harness even adversity for constructive and morally aligned outcomes. Joseph's ability to interpret dreams, manage resources, and navigate complex relationships reflects a holistic integration of intelligence, ethical sensitivity, and spiritual alignment. Hidden wisdom emerges in the principle that moral and spiritual growth requires the harmonious integration of thought, emotion, action, and faith. Ethical living is not compartmentalized. It manifests through consistent attention to principle, responsibility, and alignment with higher guidance in all spheres of life. Another subtle layer of meaning lies in Joseph's humility and patience. Despite repeated opportunities to act vindictively, he waits for the appropriate time to reveal himself, demonstrating moral timing and strategic ethical insight. Hidden wisdom here emphasizes that ethical action is not only about intent, but also about timing, discernment, and understanding the consequences of one's choices. Patience, coupled with moral courage, amplifies the impact of virtuous action. The story also carries lessons about leadership and justice. Joseph's administration in Egypt models fairness, strategic planning, and ethical stewardship. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that leadership is a moral responsibility, requiring both competence and integrity. Ethical leadership ensures the welfare of communities, transforms adversity into opportunity, and aligns temporal power with enduring moral principles. Joseph's example illustrates how virtue and authority, when combined, foster stability, prosperity, and moral growth. Finally, Joseph's reconciliation and preservation of his family highlight the enduring theme of moral restoration and divine justice. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that forgiveness, reconciliation, and ethical action contribute to long-term social and familial harmony. Joseph's journey teaches that personal suffering, moral integrity, and alignment with higher guidance can transform past wrongs into instruments for growth, healing, and fulfillment of divine purpose. In conclusion, the story of Joseph is far more than a tale of betrayal, hardship, and triumph. It is a comprehensive guide to moral resilience, spiritual discernment, ethical leadership, and the integration of human action with divine providence. Hidden within the narrative are lessons about patience, integrity, forgiveness, foresight, and the transformative power of ethical and spiritual alignment. Joseph's journey exemplifies how trials, when navigated with moral courage and faith, can lead to profound personal growth, societal impact, and the fulfillment of a larger purpose. By reflecting on the hidden lessons of Joseph's journey, readers gain insight into the interplay of adversity, ethical resilience, divine providence, and moral courage. The narrative continues to inspire across generations, demonstrating that faith, ethical awareness, and compassionate action are the foundations of enduring influence, spiritual fulfillment, and the realization of divine purpose in human life. Joseph's story serves as both moral compass and spiritual guide, offering timeless wisdom on navigating life's challenges with integrity, insight, and grace. Moses and the burning bush. Hidden meanings of divine calling. The story of Moses and the burning bush, found in Exodus 3, is one of the most remarkable narratives in the Old Testament, offering profound insights into divine calling, human hesitation, faith, and the transformative power of spiritual encounters. At first glance, it is the story of a man tending sheep who encounters a miraculous phenomenon. Yet beneath the literal account lies hidden wisdom about purpose, courage, ethical responsibility, and the relationship between humanity and God. Moses' encounter at Mount Horeb provides timeless lessons about responding to divine guidance and embracing one's destiny with faith and humility. The narrative begins with Moses, who at this point is living in Midian, having fled Egypt after killing an Egyptian who was oppressing a Hebrew. This background is essential to understanding the story. Moses' experiences of failure, guilt, and exile set the stage for a transformative encounter. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Divine calling often arrives at moments of personal vulnerability, reflection, and transition. Spiritual awakening and purpose frequently manifest when individuals are most open to guidance, having undergone trials that prepare them for greater responsibility. Life's turning points often emerge from the intersection of past experience and present opportunity. The burning bush itself is rich with symbolic meaning. The bush burns with fire, yet is not consumed, signifying the presence of the divine in ways that transcend natural understanding. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that divine encounters often appear within ordinary circumstances, transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. The bush symbolizes God's sustaining presence, moral energy, and spiritual illumination, illustrating that divine power can operate within human life without being destroyed or diminished by it. This imagery communicates that God's purpose is enduring, active, and transformative. God's call to Moses, "Take off your sandals, for the place where you are standing is holy ground," emphasizes reverence, humility, and moral awareness. Hidden wisdom here is profound recognition of the sacred requires ethical sensitivity. acknowledgement of limitations, and preparation to engage with moral and spiritual responsibility. Holy moments demand attentiveness, reflection, and readiness to respond in ways that align with divine purpose. Moses' encounter is a call not only to action, but also to moral transformation and inner preparation. Moses' initial hesitation and self-doubt reveal an essential aspect of human nature. He questions, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh and bring the Israelites out of Egypt?" Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that divine calling often challenges human limitations, fears, and perceptions of inadequacy. Moses' reluctance reflects a universal experience. When confronted with great responsibility, humans often doubt their capability. Yet the story teaches that faith, guidance, and moral courage allow individuals to transcend self-imposed limitations and fulfill purposes beyond their initial capacity. God's reassurance, providing Moses with signs and promises, underscores the interplay between human action and divine support. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Fulfilling one's moral and spiritual duties often requires both effort and reliance on guidance beyond oneself. The miracles and instructions serve as reminders that divine empowerment accompanies ethical responsibility, illustrating that human initiative, when aligned with higher wisdom, is amplified and directed toward meaningful outcomes. The narrative also emphasizes the ethical dimension of leadership and responsibility. Moses is called not merely to perform a task, but to confront injustice, free the oppressed, and engage in moral action on a grand scale. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that true leadership integrates ethical responsibility, courage, and spiritual alignment. Moses' calling teaches that moral and ethical leadership often involves risk, confrontation with power, and navigating complex social dynamics while remaining faithful to justice and principle. The divine name revealed to Moses, I am WHOIAM, conveys profound hidden meanings. It signifies existence, permanence, and divine self-sufficiency, emphasizing that God's power and guidance are constant and reliable. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that aligning with enduring principles requires faith in forces beyond human control, recognition of higher order, and ethical commitment. The name also highlights the ethical dimension of divine-human interaction. Trust in divine guidance is inseparable from moral action, responsibility, and adherence to principles that transcend personal ambition or fear. The story also illustrates the transformative potential of spiritual encounters. Moses, once a fugitive and uncertain shepherd, becomes the leader of a nation, entrusted with shaping history and delivering justice. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that divine encounters are catalysts for personal growth, ethical development, and moral courage. Spiritual experiences not only reveal purpose, but also equip individuals with the insight, resilience, and wisdom necessary to navigate complex challenges and responsibilities. Moses' conversation with God also highlights the importance of patience, discernment, and preparation. He is given guidance, signs, and reassurance before confronting Pharaoh, emphasizing that moral and spiritual challenges require thoughtful planning, ethical reflection, and readiness to act. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that divine timing, preparation, and moral clarity are essential for effective action. Life's challenges are not merely tests of courage. They are opportunities to cultivate insight, ethical awareness, and strategic discernment. The narrative also underscores the tension between human fear and divine assurance. Moses' doubts, combined with God's reassurance, teach that faith does not eliminate challenges, but provides the moral and spiritual framework to confront them. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act ethically and responsibly despite uncertainty. Ethical action often emerges from dialogue between human apprehension and moral principle, informed by higher guidance. Moses' role in the Exodus narrative, initiated by this encounter, further illustrates the hidden wisdom of the story. It demonstrates that divine purpose unfolds through human action, ethical choice, and moral courage. The burning bush is not merely a symbolic event, but a call to transform knowledge into action, faith into ethical leadership, and awareness into practical responsibility. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual growth is both contemplative and active, integrating reflection with decisive action. The encounter also provides lessons about humility and reverence. Moses' removal of his sandals, recognition of holy ground, and careful listening reflect an ethical posture of respect and attentiveness. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that moral and spiritual awareness requires humility, attentiveness, and acknowledgement of forces greater than oneself. Ethical behavior is cultivated through recognition of sacred responsibility, reflection on the consequences of action, and responsiveness to moral and spiritual guidance. Finally, the burning bush narrative offers timeless lessons about destiny, ethical courage, and moral perseverance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that divine purpose may call individuals to challenges beyond their imagination, that ethical and spiritual preparation precedes transformative action, and that faith, guidance, and moral courage are inseparable components of meaningful life engagement. Moses' journey from shepherd to liberator demonstrates the transformative power of divine calling, ethical commitment, and responsive action. In conclusion, the story of Moses and the burning bush is far more than a miraculous encounter. It is a guide to ethical leadership, spiritual discernment, courage, and the interplay of human action with divine providence. Hidden within the narrative are lessons about humility, moral responsibility, patience, faith, and the transformative potential of divine encounters. Moses' hesitations, guidance, and ultimate obedience serve as a model for navigating life's challenges with integrity, insight, and ethical courage. By reflecting on the hidden meanings of Moses and the burning bush, readers gain insight into the nature of divine, human interaction, the responsibilities of leadership, the importance of moral discernment, and the enduring power of faith. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that spiritual awareness, ethical courage, and responsiveness to guidance are essential for fulfilling purpose, confronting injustice, and transforming both personal and collective destiny. The burning bush remains a timeless symbol of divine presence, moral illumination, and the ethical call to action that shapes history and human character. Crossing the Red Sea, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and divine deliverance. The story of the crossing of the Red Sea, found in Exodus 14, is one of the most dramatic and symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts a miraculous deliverance of the Israelites from Egyptian pursuit. Yet beneath the physical events lies profound hidden wisdom about faith, courage, moral responsibility, divine providence, and the interplay between human action and spiritual trust. The crossing of the Red Sea is not merely a historical account. It is a narrative laden with lessons about resilience, ethical discernment, collective purpose, and the transformative power of faith in the face of overwhelming challenges. The narrative begins with the Israelites' exodus from Egypt, a culmination of God's promise to deliver His people from slavery. This context is essential to understanding the story. The Israelites' journey represents both physical and spiritual liberation. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Freedom and moral growth are intertwined, and the path to deliverance often involves navigating fear, uncertainty, and the challenges of collective action. Human liberation, whether literal or symbolic, requires trust, ethical resolve, and openness to divine guidance. Pharaoh's pursuit of the Israelites adds dramatic tension to the narrative. The Egyptians' sudden threat underscores the human experience of pressure, fear, and imminent danger. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that obstacles, adversaries, and life's seemingly insurmountable challenges often precede transformative moments. True courage and faith are revealed not in comfort, but under pressure, when the stakes are high and uncertainty is unavoidable. The Red Sea narrative teaches that moral and spiritual resilience is forged in adversity, requiring inner strength, collective coordination, and trust in divine assistance. Moses' role as leader is central to the hidden meanings of the story. When faced with the pursuing Egyptian army, Moses reassures the Israelites, "Do not be afraid. Stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today." Hidden wisdom emerges here. Ethical and spiritual leadership involves courage, reassurance, and guidance that inspire collective confidence. True leadership integrates moral conviction with practical action, fostering resilience and unity in the face of existential challenges. Moses' example emphasizes the importance of trust, ethical responsibility, and moral clarity when guiding others through life-altering circumstances. The miraculous parting of the Red Sea is the pinnacle of divine intervention in the narrative, yet it also carries layered symbolic meaning. The waters, representing chaos, fear, and potential destruction, are transformed into a pathway of deliverance. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that obstacles, when approached with faith and alignment with higher principles, can become conduits for growth, liberation, and ethical transformation. The narrative teaches that seemingly insurmountable challenges often hold hidden opportunities for moral courage, spiritual insight, and personal or collective development. The Israelites' crossing also emphasizes the importance of collective action and obedience. They move as a unified group, following Moses' guidance and trusting in the divine plan. Hidden wisdom here is profound. Freedom, moral growth, and spiritual accomplishment are often realized through disciplined cooperation, ethical alignment, and mutual trust. Individual courage is essential, but it must be harmonized with communal responsibility to achieve meaningful outcomes. The Red Sea crossing illustrates the power of unity, guided by moral and spiritual insight, highlighting that ethical principles are operationalized in collective action. Fear and doubt are recurring elements in the narrative. The Israelites initially react with panic at the sight of the pursuing Egyptians and the impassable sea. Hidden wisdom emerges in the recognition that fear is a natural human response. Yet faith and ethical courage transform fear into decisive action. The story teaches that ethical and spiritual growth involves navigating fear, maintaining focus on higher principles, and acting courageously despite uncertainty. Faith is not the absence of fear, it is the integration of courage, trust, and moral discernment under pressure. The destruction of the Egyptian army after the crossing serves as a complex ethical and spiritual lesson. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing the moral significance of divine justice and the consequences of oppression. The narrative does not glorify violence, but underscores the principle that ethical alignment with justice, moral responsibility, and divine guidance has transformative implications. The defeat of the Egyptians symbolizes the triumph of moral integrity, divine justice, and ethical courage over exploitation, oppression, and moral failure. The Red Sea episode also highlights the relationship between human initiative and divine intervention. Moses raises his staff, and the Israelites take action, yet the miracle itself is orchestrated by God. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual success often requires the integration of human effort with receptivity to higher guidance. Faithful action involves both initiative and responsiveness, illustrating that moral and spiritual efficacy is achieved through collaboration between human responsibility and divine providence. The narrative's aftermath, in which the Israelites rejoice and give thanks, emphasizes gratitude and ethical reflection. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral and spiritual growth is reinforced by acknowledgement of guidance, appreciation for deliverance, and ethical recommitment. Gratitude is not passive. It is a conscious recognition of principles, alignment with higher purpose, and moral responsibility to live in accordance with divine instruction. The crossing teaches that transformative experiences require reflection, moral awareness, and ethical integration into future actions. The Red Sea story also provides lessons about hope and perseverance. The Israelites, facing seemingly impossible circumstances, trust in the divine promise and follow guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual perseverance requires patience, resilience, and trust in higher principles, even when immediate outcomes appear unattainable. The narrative illustrates that steadfastness, guided by moral and spiritual clarity, enables individuals and communities to overcome crises and achieve liberation. Furthermore, the story conveys lessons about the cyclical nature of challenges and deliverance. Life involves repeated trials, moments of fear, and opportunities for courage. Hidden wisdom lies in the recognition that ethical and spiritual growth is an ongoing process, shaped by recurring experiences that test faith, resilience, and moral integrity. Each challenge, like the Red Sea, provides an opportunity for growth, collective unity, and alignment with higher principles. Finally, the crossing of the Red Sea symbolizes a profound moral and spiritual journey. It is not simply a historical event, but a narrative rich in lessons about trust, courage, moral responsibility, ethical leadership, and the dynamic interplay between human action and divine guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that faith, ethical courage, and responsiveness to guidance are essential components of transformation, both personal and communal. The Red Sea teaches that liberation, moral growth, and spiritual alignment require trust, courage, collaboration, and adherence to principles that transcend immediate fear or adversity. In conclusion, the story of the crossing of the Red Sea is far more than a miraculous deliverance. It is a narrative brimming with hidden meanings about faith, courage, ethical responsibility, divine guidance, and the transformative power of collective action. By reflecting on the hidden lessons of the Red Sea crossing, readers gain insight into the nature of divine, human interaction, the ethics of leadership, the necessity of moral courage, and the enduring value of perseverance and trust. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that faith, ethical action, and reliance on higher guidance are essential for overcoming challenges, achieving liberation, and fulfilling one's purpose. The waters of the Red Sea remain a timeless symbol of the interplay between fear and faith, chaos and divine order, and the transformative potential of courage, moral integrity, and spiritual trust. Manna in the desert, hidden lessons of provision, faith, and daily trust. The story of manna in the desert, found in Exodus 16, is one of the most symbolically profound narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts the miraculous provision of food to the Israelites during their journey through the wilderness. Yet beneath the literal events lies hidden wisdom about faith, reliance on divine guidance, patience, obedience, and the cultivation of spiritual and ethical discipline. The story of manna is more than a tale of sustenance. It is a lesson in trusting the unseen, living ethically within community, and integrating daily dependence on higher principles into practical life. The narrative begins with the Israelites journeying through the wilderness after their deliverance from Egypt. They face hunger, uncertainty, and the physical and emotional challenges of a harsh desert environment. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Human life is inherently uncertain, and spiritual growth is cultivated in contexts of scarcity, challenge, and reliance on forces beyond immediate perception. The wilderness symbolizes the broader human condition, where faith, ethical choice, and resilience are tested daily, and where dependence on divine provision becomes a lesson in humility, patience, and trust. The Israelites' complaint about hunger reflects a universal human response to scarcity. Their frustration, fear, and doubt highlight the tension between reliance on past experience and openness to new guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that spiritual and ethical growth involves learning to trust in unseen sources, to practice patience, and to align daily actions with higher principles rather than impulsive reactions. Complaints and impatience are part of the human journey, but they provide opportunities for reflection, growth, and ethical recalibration. God's provision of manna, appearing each morning, carries layers of symbolic significance. Manna represents sustenance that is immediate, sufficient, and dependent on divine timing. Hidden wisdom emerges in the lesson that spiritual and moral nourishment often comes incrementally, requiring daily engagement, attention, and trust. Just as the Israelites could not gather manna in advance without spoilage, humans are called to live in the present moment, exercising daily faith, ethical diligence, and practical responsibility. The manna narrative underscores that moral and spiritual growth is a continuous, participatory process rather than a one-time event. The instructions regarding manna also emphasize discipline, obedience, and communal responsibility. Each person is to gather according to their need, not hoarding beyond what is required, except before the Sabbath. Hidden wisdom here is profound. Ethical living involves moderation, awareness of communal welfare, and adherence to principles that balance individual and collective needs. The story teaches that personal gain must be tempered by ethical consideration for others, and that spiritual provision is intertwined with moral responsibility and attentiveness to higher guidance. The manna's daily appearance highlights the importance of trust and consistency. The Israelites are challenged to rely on divine provision each day, resisting the urge to control or manipulate circumstances beyond their capacity. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that ethical and spiritual life requires ongoing trust, patience, and surrender to processes that unfold over time. Faith is cultivated not in grand gestures alone, but in daily choices, responsiveness to guidance, and the willingness to act with integrity within the immediate moment. The Sabbath instructions carry additional moral and spiritual lessons. Twice the amount of manna is gathered on the 6th day, and none appears on the 7th, emphasizing rest, reflection, and trust in divine provision. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that human life requires rhythms of work, rest, reflection, and reliance on higher principles. Spiritual and ethical disciplines are reinforced through consistency, routine, and responsiveness to moral and divine structures. The Sabbath becomes a symbol of balance, attentiveness, and alignment with ethical and spiritual rhythms that support long-term well-being. The story also emphasizes communal accountability. The Israelites' obedience and cooperation determine the effectiveness of manna provision. Hidden wisdom emerges in the principle that ethical and spiritual sustenance is strengthened when individuals act in accordance with shared values, communal guidance, and moral responsibility. Trust, fairness, and collaboration are integral to the sustenance of communities, reflecting the broader lesson that moral and spiritual principles are enacted through relationships and collective practice. Manna's nature as something miraculous, yet ordinary, conveys profound spiritual symbolism. While it is physical food, it carries divine purpose, ensuring life, sustenance, and moral teaching simultaneously. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual lessons often manifest in practical, tangible ways. Everyday experiences, such as gathering food, preparing for the Sabbath, and observing communal instructions, become vehicles for cultivating patience, moral discernment, and reliance on principles that transcend immediate sensory perception. The narrative also teaches about the consequences of disobedience and the limits of human desire. Some Israelites attempted to gather more than prescribed, only to find it spoiled. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Ethical boundaries and limits exist to preserve balance, communal welfare, and alignment with higher principles. Overreaching, greed, or ignoring guidance leads to negative outcomes. illustrating that spiritual and moral integrity requires attentiveness, discipline, and respect for the structures that support ethical life. The daily provision of manna serves as a reminder of the continuous nature of divine guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that moral and spiritual life is a journey that demands consistent attention, humility, and reliance on principles that may not be fully understood. Just as the Israelites could not predict manna in advance, humans are called to trust that ethical and spiritual nourishment will be available when engaged faithfully and responsibly. Patience, faith, and consistent practice are essential to ethical resilience and spiritual maturity. The story of manna also highlights the connection between scarcity, gratitude, and ethical awareness. Dependence on daily provision cultivates appreciation, humility, and attentiveness to the needs of others. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that moral and spiritual life flourishes when gratitude is combined with ethical action. Human flourishing is intertwined with ethical reflection, awareness of communal welfare, and responsiveness to guidance that ensures both physical and spiritual sustenance. Furthermore, the narrative underscores the transformative potential of obedience. By adhering to instructions regarding collection, quantity, and Sabbath observance, the Israelites participate in a process that reinforces trust, discipline, and alignment with divine purpose. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that ethical and spiritual principles are enacted through consistent, practical, and intentional behavior, demonstrating that growth is cultivated through daily action and mindful adherence to moral guidance. The manna episode also teaches lessons about hope and provision in times of uncertainty. The Israelites' journey through the desert is fraught with unpredictability, yet the daily provision reinforces faith and resilience. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual trust requires maintaining hope, patience, and commitment, even when circumstances appear uncertain or threatening. Life's sustenance, both material and moral, often comes gradually, requiring readiness to receive guidance and act responsibly each day. Finally, the story of manna symbolizes the integration of divine provision, ethical responsibility, and personal discipline. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that spiritual growth, moral development, and practical sustenance are inseparable. Faith, obedience, reflection, and daily ethical practice together create a foundation for resilience, wisdom, and alignment with higher purpose. The manna narrative teaches that life's most profound lessons are found not only in extraordinary miracles, but in ordinary, daily actions that cultivate trust, responsibility, and ethical integrity. In conclusion, the story of manna in the desert is far more than a miraculous provision of food. It is a narrative rich with hidden meanings about faith, ethical responsibility, patience, communal cooperation, and the integration of spiritual principles into daily life. By reflecting on the hidden lessons of manna, readers gain insight into the nature of divine provision, the importance of trust and obedience, the moral significance of communal responsibility, and the transformative potential of consistent ethical practice. The story continues to inspire, demonstrating that spiritual and moral growth is cultivated through daily attentiveness, disciplined action, gratitude, and reliance on higher guidance. Manna remains a timeless symbol of sustenance, ethical alignment, and the profound lessons embedded in ordinary experiences that sustain both life and moral development. Water from the rocky, hidden lessons of faith, obedience, and divine provision. The story of water from the rock, found in Exodus 17:1-7 and Numbers 21:13, is one of the most symbolically profound narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts the miraculous provision of water to the Israelites during their desert journey. Yet beneath the physical miracle lies hidden wisdom about faith, obedience, leadership, trust, and the intricate relationship between human action and divine guidance. The story of water from the rock is more than a tale of survival. It is a lesson in spiritual discernment, ethical responsibility, communal care, and the necessity of aligning human initiative with divine purpose. The narrative begins with the Israelites journeying through the arid wilderness, facing thirst, scarcity, and the physical challenges of survival. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Life's most profound spiritual and moral lessons often arise in moments of adversity and need. The desert represents the human condition, uncertain, demanding, and filled with tests that reveal character, integrity, and spiritual readiness. Just as the Israelites confronted physical thirst, they were simultaneously challenged to cultivate faith, patience, and trust in forces beyond immediate perception. The Israelites' complaint about the lack of water reflects universal human tendencies, fear, impatience, and the desire for immediate solutions. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that ethical and spiritual growth involves navigating dissatisfaction, uncertainty, and the tension between immediate needs and long-term guidance. The narrative illustrates that complaints and anxiety, while natural, provide opportunities for reflection, ethical insight, and spiritual maturation. The challenge is to respond with faith and discernment rather than impulsivity and frustration. Moses' role as leader is central to the hidden meanings of the story. In the face of the Israelites' fear and rebellion, he turns to God for guidance, demonstrating moral responsibility, humility, and spiritual awareness. Hidden wisdom emerges here. Ethical and spiritual leadership requires reliance on higher principles, patience, and attentiveness to the needs and dynamics of the community. Moses' example highlights that human leaders must balance initiative with obedience to ethical and spiritual guidance. modeling trust, discernment, and ethical courage. The miraculous provision of water from the rock carries layers of symbolic meaning. The rock, a seemingly lifeless and immovable object, becomes a source of life, sustenance, and hope. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that solutions to challenges often emerge from unexpected sources, and that spiritual and ethical insight can transform ordinary circumstances into channels of provision and growth. The narrative teaches that faith, guided action, and responsiveness to higher wisdom enable individuals and communities to access resources and opportunities that are otherwise unavailable. The method of obtaining water, striking the rock as instructed by God, emphasizes obedience and attentiveness to guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual growth requires not only faith, but also precise action aligned with instruction and principle. Disobedience, misinterpretation, or impulsivity can diminish outcomes or introduce complications. The story underscores the importance of careful adherence to moral and spiritual guidance in navigating complex challenges and fulfilling responsibilities. The dual accounts in Exodus and Numbers offer additional layers of hidden meaning. In Exodus, Moses obeys God and strikes the rock successfully, providing water for the people. In Numbers, however, Moses' deviation from God's precise instructions results in his being denied entry into the promised land. Hidden wisdom here is profound. Consistent faith, obedience, and ethical integrity are essential for long-term spiritual fulfillment. Actions that deviate from guidance, even in seemingly small ways, have consequences, emphasizing accountability, moral vigilance, and the integration of principle into practice. The narrative also emphasizes communal responsibility and care. The water from the rock serves not just individual needs, but the collective welfare of the community. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that ethical and spiritual provision involves attentiveness to the needs of others, cooperation, and equitable access. Faith is not solely personal, it manifests through actions that sustain, support, and nurture the broader community, reinforcing the principle that morality and spirituality are relational and socially embedded. The story illustrates the interplay between fear, faith, and divine provision. The Israelites' fear is transformed through the miracle into trust, gratitude, and renewed ethical engagement. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that human fear and anxiety are not obstacles to faith, but opportunities for cultivating reliance on higher principles and ethical discernment. The narrative teaches that challenges, when approached with obedience and moral courage, can foster resilience, communal cohesion, and spiritual growth. The rock itself symbolizes enduring strength, reliability, and moral foundation. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that ethical and spiritual guidance often comes from steadfast, consistent, and unchanging principles. just as the rock provides life, giving water. Enduring moral and spiritual principles sustain communities and individuals, especially during periods of uncertainty, scarcity, or trial. Faith involves recognizing these principles, trusting their reliability, and acting in alignment with them. Moses' engagement with God in this narrative also emphasizes communication, reflection, and attentiveness. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that ethical and spiritual guidance requires ongoing dialogue, reflection, and responsiveness. Leaders and individuals must remain connected to higher principles, discerning when and how to act, and integrating insight into practical decision-making. The water from the rock is as much a reward for attentiveness and trust as it is a provision for physical need. The narrative provides lessons about patience and timing. The Israelites must wait for God's instruction, and the water appears at the appointed moment. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual outcomes are often contingent on timing, receptivity, and deliberate action. Impatience or attempts to force results can disrupt processes, whereas faith, patience, and attentive action align with higher guidance to produce optimal outcomes. The story also teaches the importance of gratitude and ethical recognition. The provision of water is both miraculous and practical, requiring acknowledgement, reflection, and responsible use. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that ethical and spiritual awareness is reinforced by gratitude, ethical utilization of resources, and attentiveness to principles that sustain life and community. Recognition of provision encourages moral responsibility, humility, and ongoing alignment with spiritual principles. Furthermore, the water from the rock narrative highlights the integration of human effort and divine provision. While God provides the water, human action, striking the rock, plays a necessary role. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual life requires both divine alignment and human initiative. Faith and obedience are not passive. They involve intentional, disciplined action in accordance with higher principles, demonstrating the partnership between human responsibility and divine guidance. The story also reflects on the transformative potential of challenges. The Israelites' thirst and fear become opportunities for faith, obedience, and moral reflection. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that adversity, scarcity, and trial are catalysts for spiritual and ethical growth. Water from the rock symbolizes not merely survival, but the nurturing of moral courage, communal cohesion, and attentiveness to principles that guide human action. Finally, the narrative underscores the enduring lesson that divine guidance, ethical responsibility, and human initiative are inseparable in the journey of life. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that faith requires practical action, obedience, and attentiveness to both moral and spiritual principles. The miracle of water from the rock teaches that provision, guidance, and transformation are accessible to those who act with integrity, align with higher principles, and cultivate trust in guidance beyond immediate perception. In conclusion, the story of water from the rock is far more than a miraculous provision of physical sustenance. It is a rich narrative about faith, obedience, ethical responsibility, leadership, and divine, human collaboration. By reflecting on the hidden lessons of water from the rock, readers gain insight into the nature of moral and spiritual guidance, the importance of attentive action, the ethical dimension of leadership, and the transformative power of faith in the face of scarcity and challenge. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that trust, obedience, ethical diligence, and attentiveness to higher principles are essential for survival, growth, and alignment with enduring moral and spiritual purpose. The rock remains a timeless symbol of divine provision, steadfast principles, and the life-giving power of faith and ethical action. The Ten Commandments, hidden lessons of moral guidance, covenant, and divine wisdom. The story of the Ten Commandments, found in Exodus 20, is one of the most foundational narratives in the Old Testament, offering profound insights into ethics, spiritual responsibility, covenant relationship, and the hidden wisdom that underpins human morality. On the surface, it recounts God giving Moses a set of divine laws on Mount Sinai for the Israelites to follow. Yet beneath the literal instructions lies deep symbolic meaning, offering timeless lessons about human conduct, moral discernment, ethical obligation, communal responsibility, and the interplay between divine guidance and human action. The Ten Commandments are not merely rules. They are a moral framework that illuminates the spiritual and ethical journey of humanity. The narrative begins with the Israelites encamped at Mount Sinai, a period marked by anticipation, preparation, and heightened awareness of the divine presence. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Moral and spiritual insight often requires preparation, receptivity, and attentiveness. Ethical guidance, like divine revelation, becomes most meaningful when humans approach it with humility, readiness, and reflection. Mount Sinai symbolizes the elevated state of consciousness necessary for moral comprehension, emphasizing that the reception of ethical principles demands focus, reverence, and internal alignment with higher wisdom. The giving of the Ten Commandments occurs in the context of covenant making, highlighting the relational aspect of ethics. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that morality is not solely individualistic, but relational, encompassing responsibilities toward God, community, and oneself. The commandments structure human behavior in a way that promotes harmony, justice, and spiritual integrity, demonstrating that ethical life is fundamentally intertwined with relationships and communal well-being. Obedience to divine guidance is both a personal and collective responsibility, ensuring moral and social cohesion. The commandments themselves carry layers of symbolic and practical significance. The first 4 commandments, focusing on humanity's relationship with God, teach about reverence, devotion, and ethical alignment with higher principles. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual integrity begins with one's orientation toward transcendent principles, ethical recognition of authority, and alignment with values that exceed personal desire or immediate convenience. Respect, acknowledgement of divine order, and prioritization of ethical principles provide the foundation for all subsequent moral behavior. The remaining 6 commandments, addressing interpersonal relationships, convey profound lessons about human interaction, justice, and responsibility. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical conduct is relational, requiring attentiveness to the needs, rights, and well-being of others. Principles such as honoring parents, prohibiting murder, theft, false testimony, and covetousness establish boundaries that promote fairness, empathy, and social stability. Moral wisdom is embedded in these directives, teaching that ethical life is structured by both respect for others and the cultivation of character aligned with virtue. The narrative also emphasizes the importance of clarity, specificity, and structure in ethical guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral principles must be communicated with precision to provide actionable direction. Ambiguity in ethics can lead to confusion, conflict, and moral failure. The 10 Commandments demonstrate that well-articulated principles, grounded in divine authority and moral insight, serve as a compass for ethical decision-making, guiding individuals and communities through complex social and personal challenges. The context of divine manifestation, thunder, lightning, smoke, and the sound of the trumpet adds a symbolic layer to the commandments. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral and spiritual guidance is often accompanied by awe, reverence, and a recognition of the higher order. Ethical action is reinforced by understanding the weight of responsibility, the significance of choices, and the profound consequences of moral and immoral behavior. The grandeur of the divine presence underscores the seriousness and transformative power of moral commitment. The Israelites' initial fear and Moses' intermediary role further highlight the human dimension of ethical engagement. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral instruction often requires guidance, interpretation, and mediation to ensure comprehension and proper implementation. Leaders and mentors play a crucial role in translating principles into practice, modeling ethical behavior, and guiding communities in applying abstract principles to concrete situations. Moral wisdom is not only theoretical, it is relational, instructional, and applied through lived experience. The covenantal nature of the 10 Commandments underscores the reciprocal relationship between divine guidance and human responsibility. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical life is a partnership between higher principles and human agency. Divine instruction provides the framework, but adherence requires choice, effort, and moral courage. Obedience is meaningful only when exercised freely and conscientiously, highlighting the interplay between guidance, moral autonomy, and responsible action. The commandments also teach about the integration of spiritual, ethical, and social life. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that morality is holistic, encompassing inner attitudes, external behavior, and communal responsibilities. Ethical integrity requires alignment across thought, intention, speech, and action. The Ten Commandments provide a blueprint for cultivating a coherent moral life, demonstrating that ethical growth is comprehensive, demanding attention to both personal character and social impact. Another subtle layer of meaning is the balance between prohibition and positive guidance. While the commandments set limits, they also implicitly promote constructive behavior, honoring God, valuing life, nurturing family relationships, and maintaining honesty and fairness. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that morality is not solely restrictive, but also generative, creating conditions for flourishing, trust, and ethical engagement. Boundaries provide structure, but they also cultivate opportunities for creativity, empathy, and meaningful connection within ethical and spiritual frameworks. The narrative emphasizes continuity with broader spiritual and moral principles. The Ten Commandments echo earlier divine promises and covenantal commitments, reinforcing the idea that ethical life is not arbitrary, but part of a larger, coherent moral order. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical guidance is embedded within a historical and spiritual context, linking personal responsibility to communal legacy, long-term consequences, and the overarching order of creation. Moral and spiritual insight is cumulative, building on principles, experiences, and relational responsibilities across time. The story also provides lessons about accountability, reward, and consequence. Obedience to the commandments brings blessing, stability, and alignment with divine purpose, while disobedience leads to disorder, conflict, and moral failure. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical life is consequential. Choices matter, actions have repercussions, and moral discernment is essential for navigating the complexities of human existence. The commandments serve as both guidance and ethical calibration, shaping character, community, and destiny. Finally, the Ten Commandments teach timeless lessons about the integration of faith, morality, and human behavior. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical life is inseparable from spiritual awareness, relational responsibility, and practical action. Principles, when internalized and applied consistently, guide individuals and communities toward harmony, justice, and fulfillment of divine purpose. The narrative illustrates that morality is not abstract but lived, practiced daily, and reinforced through conscious adherence, reflection, and alignment with higher guidance. In conclusion, the story of the Ten Commandments is far more than a set of divine laws. It is a rich narrative about moral guidance, spiritual alignment, ethical responsibility, leadership, communal welfare, and the transformative power of divine wisdom. By reflecting on the hidden lessons of the Ten Commandments, readers gain insight into the foundations of ethical life, the interplay between guidance and human agency, the relational nature of morality, and the enduring significance of integrity, reverence, and conscientious action. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that ethical and spiritual maturity is cultivated through attentiveness, obedience, reflection, and the consistent integration of moral principles into every aspect of human life. The Ten Commandments remain a timeless symbol of divine wisdom, ethical clarity, and the profound journey of aligning human behavior with enduring moral and spiritual truths. Joshua and the Battle of Jericho, hidden lessons of faith, obedience, and strategic courage. The story of Joshua and the Battle of Jericho, found in Joshua 6, is one of the most powerful and symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts the miraculous collapse of Jericho's walls and the Israelites' conquest of the city. Yet beneath the dramatic events lies hidden wisdom about faith, strategic planning, ethical obedience, courage, and the transformative interplay between human action and divine guidance. The Battle of Jericho is not merely a historical account. It is a moral and spiritual lesson in the power of disciplined faith, adherence to divine instruction, and the ethical dimensions of leadership and collective action. The narrative begins with Joshua assuming leadership of the Israelites following Moses' death. This transition highlights the importance of succession, preparation, and the continuity of purpose. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Ethical and spiritual leadership requires readiness, mentorship, and alignment with enduring principles. Joshua's role underscores that great responsibility is both a privilege and a moral challenge, demanding courage, discernment, and unwavering commitment to higher guidance. Leadership, in this context, is inseparable from faith, strategic insight, and ethical responsibility. The city of Jericho, with its formidable walls and entrenched inhabitants, represents obstacles that are both literal and symbolic. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that life's challenges, whether personal, communal, or spiritual, often appear insurmountable. The narrative teaches that ethical courage and faith are activated not in comfort, but in the face of daunting opposition. The walls of Jericho symbolize human limitations, fears, and entrenched societal or personal barriers that require strategic faith, disciplined action, and alignment with moral and divine principles to overcome. Joshua receives specific, seemingly unconventional instructions from God. The Israelites are to march around the city once daily for 6 days, and 7 times on the 7th day, blowing trumpets and shouting. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual guidance may require patience, trust, and disciplined adherence to instruction, even when the rationale is not immediately clear. Faith often demands acting with conviction and obedience in ways that may challenge human logic or personal expectations. The narrative illustrates that miracles and transformation often emerge through disciplined, persistent, and ethically aligned action. The Israelites' participation emphasizes the importance of collective responsibility and unity. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that success, whether ethical, spiritual, or strategic, often requires coordinated effort, shared discipline, and mutual trust. Individual courage is essential, but it is magnified and made effective through communal alignment with purpose and principle. The story of Jericho teaches that ethical action, like strategic execution, is most powerful when synchronized with the collective effort and adherence to guiding principles. Joshua's leadership reflects both courage and strategic insight. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual leadership involves interpreting guidance, maintaining morale, and orchestrating disciplined action in alignment with higher principles. Leaders are responsible not only for their personal faithfulness, but also for ensuring that their communities act with coherence, integrity, and trust in the process. The Battle of Jericho exemplifies the integration of faith, planning, and ethical leadership in overcoming seemingly insurmountable obstacles. The miraculous collapse of Jericho's walls symbolizes the transformative power of faith, obedience, and ethical alignment. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that breakthroughs, whether spiritual, moral, or practical, often result from consistent, disciplined engagement with principles and guidance beyond immediate human control. Walls that seem immovable, representing fear, limitation, or entrenched wrongdoing, can be dismantled through faith-driven action, ethical commitment, and coordinated effort. This illustrates that human and divine collaboration, guided by moral and strategic insight, produces transformative outcomes. The story also emphasizes the role of patience and timing. The Israelites march for 6 days without immediate results, yet remain faithful to the instructions. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual progress often requires sustained commitment and endurance. Impatience or deviation from guidance can undermine outcomes, whereas steadfast adherence to principles ensures alignment with purpose and increases the likelihood of meaningful transformation. The narrative teaches that patience, faith, and disciplined action are essential virtues in both moral and practical pursuits. The Battle of Jericho further illustrates the ethical dimension of obedience. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that true ethical action is not arbitrary, but guided by discernment, instruction, and alignment with principles that transcend personal preference. The Israelites' adherence to God's instructions, rather than pursuing their own tactical solutions, underscores that moral and strategic success often depends on fidelity to guidance, humility, and recognition of a higher order. Obedience becomes a form of ethical courage, reinforcing character and collective purpose. The destruction of Jericho also provides lessons about justice and moral accountability. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual principles demand the dismantling of entrenched injustice and the protection of communal integrity. The narrative illustrates that faith, when coupled with moral courage and ethical action, addresses oppression and restores balance. Strategic action guided by ethical principles ensures that transformative outcomes are just, purposeful, and aligned with moral vision. The story also highlights the integration of faith, action, and celebration. The Israelites' shout, combined with the trumpets, signals both spiritual and practical engagement. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that transformative ethical and spiritual action requires both internal alignment, faith, belief, moral clarity, and external manifestation, action, effort, execution. Faith is operationalized through discipline, ethical decision making, and coordinated effort, demonstrating that belief alone is insufficient without action. Another subtle layer of meaning is the ethical use of power. The Israelites' conquest is directed and purposeful, aimed at fulfilling a divinely ordained plan, rather than personal gain. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that ethical power must be exercised with responsibility, guided by higher principles, and oriented toward justice. Power without moral and spiritual grounding can lead to harm, whereas alignment with ethical guidance ensures that action contributes to collective well-being, moral integrity, and transformative outcomes. The narrative also provides lessons about preparation and spiritual readiness. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that ethical and spiritual breakthroughs are preceded by reflection, alignment, and readiness. The Israelites prepare themselves for the march through discipline, ritual, and attentiveness to divine guidance. Ethical and spiritual success, like strategic victory, is not spontaneous. It is the result of preparation, attentiveness, and alignment with enduring principles. The story of Jericho ultimately teaches about the interplay of courage, faith, obedience, and divine partnership. Hidden wisdom emerges in recognizing that moral and spiritual life is an active engagement with challenges, guided by principles that transcend immediate understanding. Success, whether ethical, spiritual, or practical, depends on the integration of faith, disciplined action, collective alignment, and adherence to guidance that is both principled and transformative. In conclusion, the story of Joshua and the Battle of Jericho is far more than a miraculous military victory. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, obedience, ethical leadership, strategic courage, communal responsibility, and the transformative power of alignment with divine guidance. By reflecting on the hidden meanings of Jericho, readers gain insight into the nature of ethical action, spiritual discernment, the importance of disciplined persistence, and the integration of personal and collective responsibility in achieving meaningful outcomes. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that faith, ethical courage, and obedience to higher principles are essential for overcoming obstacles, dismantling entrenched barriers, and realizing transformative possibilities. Jericho remains a timeless symbol of disciplined faith, moral alignment, and the extraordinary potential of ethical action guided by divine wisdom. Gideon and the Midianites, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and divine strategy. The story of Gideon and the Midianites, found in Judges 67, is one of the most instructive and symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts a miraculous military victory, where a small Israelite force, under Gideon's leadership and guided by God, defeats a vastly superior Midianite army. Yet beneath the literal events lies profound hidden wisdom about faith, humility, courage, strategic discernment, and the interplay between human initiative and divine guidance. Gideon's journey illustrates that true strength is often rooted in obedience, trust, and moral alignment, rather than in numbers, power, or conventional military advantage. The narrative begins with the Israelites suffering under the oppression of the Midianites. The people live in fear, scarcity, and disarray, providing an environment where despair could easily overshadow hope. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately, challenges, adversity, and external threats create fertile ground for spiritual awakening, ethical discernment, and the emergence of leadership. Human vulnerability often precedes divine guidance, teaching that true courage and faith are cultivated in contexts of struggle, limitation, and dependence on higher principles. The desert of oppression is not merely a backdrop, it is a crucible for moral, spiritual, and strategic transformation. Gideon's initial encounter with God, where he is called to deliver Israel, emphasizes humility and self-awareness. Gideon questions his own worth, asking, "How can I save Israel? My clan is the weakest, and I am the least in my family." Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that divine calling often challenges human perceptions of inadequacy, weakness, and limitation. Faith and ethical courage require acknowledging personal limitations while trusting in divine guidance and moral purpose. The narrative teaches that genuine leadership and effective action emerge not from self-confidence alone, but from alignment with principles greater than oneself. The miraculous signs God provides Gideon, such as the dew on the fleece, underscore the importance of verification, discernment, and moral reassurance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual guidance often invites reflection, testing, and confirmation to cultivate trust, insight, and courage. Spiritual and ethical discernment is not blind. It involves attentive observation, careful reflection, and the willingness to act in alignment with validated principles. Gideon's reliance on signs teaches that moral courage is grounded in both faith and thoughtful discernment. Gideon's reduction of his army from 32,000 to 300 men is one of the most symbolically rich aspects of the story. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that human strength, conventional measures of power, and numerical advantage are often secondary to faith, strategic alignment, and moral clarity. God's instruction to reduce the army emphasizes that victory, ethical action, and transformative outcomes are achieved through disciplined reliance on guidance, resourcefulness, and principled action. It is a profound lesson in humility, trust, and the moral dimension of strategic decision-making. The victory over the Midianites is achieved through unconventional strategy, including the use of trumpets, torches, and clay jars. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual breakthroughs often require creativity, adaptability, and courage to employ unorthodox methods. Moral and strategic insight is not rigid. It involves responsiveness to guidance, careful planning, and the willingness to act boldly in ways that defy conventional expectations. The story teaches that faith-driven innovation, guided by ethical principles, can overcome formidable challenges. The narrative emphasizes the integration of faith and action. Gideon's obedience to God's instructions transforms fear into courage and vulnerability into strength. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual growth is operationalized through concrete action. Faith, moral clarity, and ethical responsibility must manifest in tangible decisions, deliberate planning, and decisive execution. Courage without action remains theoretical. Faith without operational alignment remains unrealized. Gideon demonstrates that true moral and spiritual power emerges through the integration of belief, obedience, and strategic engagement. The Midianites' defeat also conveys lessons about justice, divine oversight, and moral accountability. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical action and divine alignment are often concerned with restoring balance, addressing oppression, and fulfilling moral purpose. The narrative underscores that moral courage is not solely about personal success, but about justice, ethical responsibility, and the protection and restoration of communal well-being. Gideon's victory is as much ethical and spiritual as it is military. emphasizing that leadership and power must be exercised with moral consciousness. The story further illustrates the role of courage under uncertainty. Gideon and his small band face overwhelming odds, yet their trust in God and adherence to the divine strategy transforms apparent weakness into triumph. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that moral and spiritual courage is tested in moments of uncertainty, fear, and adversity. Ethical decision-making requires navigating risk, maintaining faith, and acting responsibly even when outcomes are unclear. The narrative teaches that courage is inseparable from trust, obedience, and moral discernment. Gideon's leadership also highlights the relational and ethical dimension of guiding others. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical leadership involves inspiring confidence, modeling obedience, and fostering trust within the community. Leaders must balance strategic insight with moral responsibility, ensuring that those they guide act in alignment with principles that transcend personal ambition or fear. Ethical leadership combines vision, guidance, and ethical integrity, demonstrating the profound responsibility inherent in positions of influence. The narrative offers lessons about the transformative potential of faith and moral alignment. Gideon begins as a hesitant, self-doubting individual and becomes a leader of immense moral and strategic influence. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical courage, faith, and alignment with higher principles have transformative power, enabling individuals to transcend limitations, overcome adversity, and achieve outcomes that serve justice, community, and moral purpose. Spiritual and ethical growth is both personal and communal, shaping character, destiny, and collective well-being. The story also emphasizes the importance of discernment in action. Gideon's strategic choices, reducing the army, employing unconventional tactics, and following divine guidance, illustrate the interplay of wisdom, faith, and moral responsibility. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual decision-making is not reactive, but deliberate, informed by reflection, guidance, and moral clarity. Thoughtful discernment ensures that action is principled, effective, and aligned with enduring values. Furthermore, Gideon's story teaches the significance of humility in the exercise of power. Despite his victories, Gideon remains aware of his reliance on divine guidance, rather than personal prowess. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual power is sustainable only when grounded in humility, moral awareness, and acknowledgement of forces greater than oneself. Leadership, courage, and influence are effective when tempered by ethical discipline, faith, and responsible stewardship. Finally, the narrative underscores the enduring principle that ethical courage, faith, and disciplined obedience are central to transformative success. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that challenges, adversity, and apparent weakness are opportunities for moral and spiritual growth. Gideon's journey teaches that true strength is not measured by numbers, power, or conventional advantage, but by alignment with higher principles, strategic discernment, and the courage to act in accordance with divine guidance. In conclusion, the story of Gideon and the Midianites is far more than a military victory. It is a rich narrative about faith, courage, humility, ethical leadership, strategic discernment, and the transformative power of alignment with divine guidance. By reflecting on the hidden lessons of Gideon, readers gain insight into the nature of moral and spiritual courage, the importance of disciplined obedience, the ethical dimensions of leadership, and the integration of faith with practical action. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that true strength emerges not from conventional measures of power, but from humility, faith, ethical alignment, and the courage to act decisively in accordance with higher principles. Gideon remains a timeless symbol of moral courage, strategic wisdom, and the extraordinary potential of ethical and spiritual alignment in overcoming adversity. Samson and Delilah. Hidden lessons of strength, temptation, and moral responsibility. The story of Samson and Delilah, found in Judges 13-16, is one of the most compelling narratives in the Old Testament, offering profound insights into human strength, vulnerability, temptation, and the hidden wisdom embedded in ethical and spiritual life. On the surface, it recounts the exploits of Samson, a man endowed with extraordinary physical strength, and his eventual downfall through the manipulations of Delilah. Yet beneath the dramatic events lies profound hidden meaning about the nature of human power, moral responsibility, discernment, faith, and the consequences of ethical failure. Samson's story is both a cautionary tale and a guide to understanding the interplay between strength, character, and divine purpose. The narrative begins with the angelic announcement of Samson's birth to his parents, emphasizing divine intention and purpose. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Exceptional gifts, talents, or opportunities are often accompanied by moral and spiritual responsibility. Samson's birth, marked by divine intervention, underscores that human life, potential, and ability are intertwined with ethical expectations, spiritual purpose, and accountability. Gifts are not solely for personal advantage. They carry a moral and spiritual dimension that demands discernment, humility, and alignment with higher principles. Samson's extraordinary physical strength, which allows him to confront adversaries and perform remarkable feats, represents more than mere power. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that human abilities, whether physical, intellectual, or social, are inherently neutral and become meaningful through the ethical choices they serve. Strength without moral direction, discipline, or ethical awareness can lead to vulnerability, failure, and unintended consequences. The narrative teaches that true power is integrally connected to character, wisdom, and responsible stewardship of one's gifts. Delilah's role introduces the theme of temptation, seduction, and ethical compromise. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that human vulnerability is often exploited through desire, emotional attachment, or moral weakness. Ethical and spiritual vigilance requires self-awareness, discernment, and the cultivation of integrity. Samson's entanglement with Delilah illustrates the risks of prioritizing personal gratification, emotional indulgence, or short-term advantage over ethical principles and moral responsibility. The story emphasizes the importance of recognizing threats to character and making conscious, principled choices even under pressure. The repeated betrayals by Delilah reveal the consequences of ignoring ethical and spiritual guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that patterns of compromise, disregard for moral counsel, and failure to exercise discernment magnify vulnerability and increase the likelihood of downfall. Samson's gradual erosion of strength through secrecy, temptation, and misplaced trust teaches that moral failure is cumulative, often beginning with small ethical lapses that, unchecked, lead to significant consequences. The narrative underscores the importance of vigilance, reflection, and proactive ethical discipline. Samson's eventual capture by the Philistines demonstrates the cost of ethical neglect and moral weakness. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that strength, talent, and extraordinary ability cannot substitute for character, integrity, and moral alignment. Human power is effective and sustainable only when exercised within a framework of ethical responsibility and spiritual awareness. The narrative teaches that personal gifts and capacities, however remarkable, must be harmonized with discernment, ethical stewardship, and adherence to principles that safeguard integrity and purpose. The story also provides insight into the interplay between divine purpose and human failure. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that setbacks, consequences, and trials often serve as moral and spiritual lessons, even amidst apparent defeat. Samson's captivity, humiliation, and physical weakening are not merely punitive. They create the conditions for reflection, recognition of responsibility, and eventual redemption through ethical alignment with divine guidance. Challenges, failure, and adversity are opportunities for insight, transformation, and recommitment to moral and spiritual principles. Samson's final act, toppling the Philistine temple, illustrates the integration of renewed faith, moral courage, and purposeful action. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that redemption, transformation, and meaningful impact often require alignment of human initiative with higher purpose, ethical responsibility, and deliberate action. Samson's regained strength is symbolic of spiritual restoration, ethical realignment, and the potential for transformative outcomes, even after periods of weakness or moral compromise. The narrative teaches that human failure does not preclude redemption, provided one acts with conscience, courage, and alignment with higher principles. The story emphasizes the dangers of pride, impulsivity, and over-reliance on personal ability. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that unchecked confidence, ego, or self-reliance can obscure judgment, invite manipulation, and undermine moral and spiritual integrity. Samson's downfall is precipitated not by lack of strength, but by ethical blindness, misplaced trust, and failure to exercise moral and spiritual discernment. The narrative serves as a reminder that true power is inseparable from humility, ethical vigilance, and recognition of one's limitations. Delilah's manipulation also highlights the ethical principle of accountability in relationships. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that interpersonal dynamics are ethically charged, and trust must be exercised discerningly. Relationships can be both sources of support and vulnerability, necessitating reflection, moral clarity, and conscious engagement. The story illustrates that ethical discernment is critical not only in public or communal contexts, but also in personal and intimate spheres, where the stakes of moral failure can be profoundly transformative. Samson's story underscores the importance of self-awareness and reflection in ethical and spiritual life. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that personal gifts, strengths, and opportunities must be paired with self-knowledge, ethical reflection, and attentiveness to moral and spiritual guidance. Strength without insight is vulnerable. Power without reflection can lead to misuse. Samson's journey teaches that continuous self-assessment, alignment with principles, and moral vigilance are essential for sustaining character, achieving purpose, and navigating life's challenges. The narrative also conveys lessons about resilience and the potential for moral restoration. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical failure, while consequential, does not preclude redemption, provided one acts decisively, responsibly, and in alignment with ethical and spiritual guidance. Samson's final act demonstrates that moral courage, renewed focus, and principled action can restore purpose, rectify past errors, and achieve meaningful outcomes. Redemption is inseparable from ethical realignment, deliberate action, and moral courage in the face of consequences. Samson's story further emphasizes the integration of physical, emotional, and spiritual dimensions of life. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that holistic ethical and spiritual development requires attention to character, discernment, emotional regulation, and alignment of action with principle. Strength, desire, and talent must be harmonized with moral vigilance and spiritual awareness to achieve sustainable success and fulfillment. The narrative illustrates that ethical and spiritual integrity is multidimensional, involving conscious engagement across multiple aspects of life. Finally, the story of Samson and Delilah teaches timeless lessons about the interplay of human ability, temptation, ethical vigilance, and divine purpose. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that power, strength, and gifts are meaningful only when exercised in accordance with moral and spiritual principles. The narrative emphasizes that vigilance, humility, discernment, and ethical courage are indispensable in navigating challenges, resisting temptation, and fulfilling one's purpose. Samson's life is a testament to the enduring need for moral alignment, conscious ethical action, and reliance on higher guidance in harnessing human potential for transformative impact. In conclusion, the story of Samson and Delilah is far more than a tale of physical feats and romantic intrigue. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about strength, vulnerability, temptation, ethical responsibility, discernment, leadership, and the transformative power of aligning gifts with moral and spiritual principles. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Samson, readers gain insight into the nature of true power, the consequences of ethical compromise, the importance of vigilance in relationships, and the potential for redemption through deliberate, principled action. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that human strength, when coupled with humility, ethical insight, and alignment with divine purpose, can overcome adversity, restore purpose, and achieve profound and lasting impact. Samson remains a timeless symbol of the interplay between human power, moral responsibility, and spiritual destiny. David and Goliath, hidden lessons of courage, faith, and overcoming the impossible. The story of David and Goliath, found in 1 Samuel 17, is one of the most iconic and symbolically profound narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts the unlikely victory of the young shepherd, David, over the formidable Philistine warrior Goliath. Yet beneath the literal confrontation lies deep hidden wisdom about courage, faith, discernment, perseverance, and the transformative power of aligning human effort with divine guidance. David and Goliath is not merely a tale of military triumph. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, strategic insight, faith-driven action, and the potential to overcome overwhelming challenges through principles, discipline, and trust in higher wisdom. The narrative begins with the Philistine army threatening Israel, creating a context of fear, intimidation, and uncertainty. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Life's most profound tests often occur in situations where the odds are stacked against us and where fear could easily dominate reasoning, action, and moral clarity. The Valley of Elah, with the armies on opposing hills, symbolizes the human experience of confrontation, doubt, and challenge. It illustrates that courage, faith, and ethical discernment are cultivated in moments of apparent vulnerability and high stakes. where the moral and spiritual character of individuals is tested most intensely. David's arrival at the battlefield highlights humility, preparation, and moral responsibility. As a young shepherd, he is initially underestimated, yet his experience caring for sheep, confronting lions and bears, and navigating challenges in solitude has prepared him for this critical moment. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that life's seemingly ordinary experiences, responsibilities, and small acts of courage prepare individuals for extraordinary opportunities. Skills, character, and ethical discernment developed in quiet, unseen contexts become invaluable when facing seemingly insurmountable challenges. David's faith in God is the central element of his courage. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual strength often transcends physical advantage, social expectation, or conventional measures of power. David's reliance on divine guidance, rather than sword or armor, teaches that courage rooted in principle and faith is far more powerful than confidence based solely on personal ability. The story emphasizes that aligning human effort with higher purpose and ethical integrity enables individuals to face challenges that appear impossible by worldly standards. Goliath's towering presence, his armor, and his reputation represent the obstacles, fears, and intimidating forces humans encounter in life. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that challenges often appear larger and more insurmountable than they truly are, and that perception can be as formidable an opponent as actual adversity. David's discernment, calm analysis, and confidence in his preparation and faith demonstrate that courage requires clarity of perception, focus on principle, and understanding the true nature of challenges, rather than being overwhelmed by their appearance. The decision to face Goliath with only a sling and 5 smooth stones emphasizes the importance of strategic insight, preparation, and resourcefulness. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and practical action is most effective when based on strengths, preparation, and alignment with principles, rather than reliance on external displays of power. David's approach teaches that unconventional strategies, when guided by moral clarity, insight, and faith, can achieve outcomes that exceed expectation, illustrating the power of principle-based innovation in facing obstacles. The confrontation itself underscores the integration of courage, faith, and ethical focus. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that true courage involves more than boldness. It requires moral clarity, focus on purpose, ethical alignment, and disciplined action. David's victory is achieved not through brute force, but through a combination of preparation, trust, and strategic execution. The narrative demonstrates that ethical and spiritual victories are often realized through thoughtful, principled, and disciplined action, rather than impulsive or purely physical effort. David's refusal of Saul's armor further highlights the importance of authenticity, self-awareness, and alignment with personal and ethical principles. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical courage requires acting in ways consistent with one's strengths, values, and character, rather than adopting external measures of power or approval. Authenticity, self-knowledge, and moral consistency are crucial for sustaining success, maintaining integrity, and navigating complex challenges effectively. The story also conveys lessons about the transformative power of faith in shaping outcomes. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that faith, when combined with preparation, discernment, and ethical action, amplifies human capability and transforms seemingly impossible situations. David's triumph is both symbolic and practical, illustrating that trust in higher guidance empowers individuals to overcome fear, limitations, and formidable opposition. Spiritual and moral alignment creates conditions for extraordinary achievement and personal growth. Goliath's defeat teaches lessons about the dynamics of power, humility, and accountability. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that physical size, reputation, or intimidation does not guarantee moral or strategic success. Ethical courage, faith-driven insight, and disciplined action often triumph over conventional measures of strength. The narrative emphasizes that true power is principled, purpose-driven, and aligned with ethical and spiritual guidance, rather than dependent on superficial advantages or external appearances. The story also emphasizes communal impact and moral inspiration. David's victory galvanizes Israel, inspires confidence, and demonstrates the potential of faith, courage, and principled action to transform collective morale. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that individual ethical and spiritual courage can have a ripple effect, influencing communities, inspiring trust, and catalyzing broader change. Moral and ethical leadership, even from unexpected sources, strengthens collective resilience and vision. David's reliance on God, rather than brute force, illustrates the interplay between divine guidance and human agency. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual success is often achieved through partnership between principled human action and higher guidance. Faith does not replace effort, it guides, informs, and amplifies action in ways that align with justice, integrity, and purpose. The narrative teaches that collaboration with higher principles, combined with disciplined effort, produces results that transcend conventional expectations. The story also underscores the significance of humility and perspective in ethical and spiritual courage. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that victories are not merely personal achievements, but manifestations of alignment with higher guidance and moral purpose. Humility ensures that success does not lead to arrogance, while perspective maintains focus on the larger ethical and spiritual framework within which individual actions are situated. David's victory is a testament to the integration of humility, ethical clarity, and disciplined courage. Finally, the narrative emphasizes that true courage involves continuous moral vigilance, strategic insight, and reliance on principle over appearance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that overcoming challenges requires preparation, reflection, discernment, and ethical consistency. David's triumph demonstrates that ethical and spiritual resilience is cultivated through deliberate action, faith, driven insight, and the alignment of personal strengths with higher purpose. In conclusion, the story of David and Goliath is far more than a tale of a young shepherd defeating a giant. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about courage, faith, strategic insight, ethical leadership, preparation, and the transformative power of aligning human effort with higher guidance. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of David and Goliath, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the importance of disciplined preparation, the role of faith in overcoming fear, and the enduring principle that true strength arises from integrity, purpose, and alignment with divine guidance. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that with faith, ethical focus, strategic insight, and disciplined action, even the most formidable challenges can be overcome. David remains a timeless symbol of courage, discernment, and the extraordinary potential of principled action in the face of overwhelming odds. Elijah and the prophets of Baal, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and divine authority. The story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal, found in 1 Kings 18, is one of the most striking narratives in the Old Testament, offering profound insights into faith, courage, divine authority, and the hidden wisdom of spiritual discernment. On the surface, it recounts Elijah's dramatic confrontation with the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, culminating in a miraculous demonstration of God's power through fire from heaven. Yet beneath the spectacle lies deep symbolic and ethical meaning about human responsibility, moral courage, discernment, and the transformative power of unwavering faith. This story is not merely about religious triumph. It is a profound lesson in integrity, spiritual discernment, leadership, and the ethical dimensions of standing for truth in the face of widespread opposition. The narrative begins during a period of severe national crisis in Israel, marked by famine, political corruption, and widespread idolatry. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Moral and spiritual insight is most needed in times of crisis, and true courage is tested in contexts of fear, widespread compromise, and societal pressure. The Israelites' susceptibility to idolatry illustrates the human tendency to seek quick solutions or visible power rather than align with enduring ethical and spiritual principles. The story teaches that faith and ethical discernment are cultivated in times of uncertainty, societal dysfunction, and moral challenge. Elijah's solitary role as God's prophet emphasizes the ethical dimension of moral courage. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that standing for principle often requires acting alone, resisting social pressure, and confronting widespread complacency or corruption. True leadership and ethical integrity demand moral courage, conviction, and unwavering commitment to higher guidance. Even when popular opinion or collective behavior opposes these principles, Elijah's example demonstrates that integrity is not contingent on numbers, popularity, or consensus, but on fidelity to truth and principle. The challenge Elijah issues to the prophets of Baal on Mount Carmel, calling them to demonstrate the power of their God, illustrates the importance of ethical confrontation. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral courage involves clear articulation of truth, discernment, and the willingness to expose falsehood or deception. Confrontation is not aggression, but principled demonstration, aimed at revealing reality, justice, and ethical clarity. The story emphasizes that ethical action may require boldness, visibility, and public engagement to effect meaningful change and moral awareness. The preparation of the altar, the repeated soaking of the sacrifice with water, and the methodical steps Elijah takes demonstrate meticulousness, patience, and strategic insight. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual action is disciplined, deliberate, and informed by principle rather than impulsivity. Faith is operationalized through careful, intentional action that communicates clarity, integrity, and alignment with higher guidance. The narrative illustrates that ethical and spiritual victories often require preparation, patience, and thoughtful execution rather than spontaneous or reckless action. The dramatic moment of fire descending from heaven symbolizes the ultimate demonstration of divine authority and moral truth. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual outcomes are often realized through the interplay of faith, integrity, and alignment with higher principles. Miraculous outcomes are not merely displays of power, but serve as moral validation, reinforcing the importance of fidelity, courage, and principled action. The fire symbolizes clarity, judgment, and the illumination of truth amidst deception, demonstrating that ethical alignment has tangible transformative consequences. The story also emphasizes discernment in evaluating competing claims and moral positions. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical discernment involves careful observation, critical thinking, and alignment with higher principles rather than accepting appearances or popular beliefs. Elijah's confrontation with the prophets of Baal demonstrates the importance of distinguishing truth from falsehood, principle from convenience, and enduring moral guidance from superficial or misleading claims. Ethical discernment is both intellectual and spiritual, requiring courage, reflection, and commitment to principle. The narrative conveys lessons about humility and reliance on divine guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that human effort alone, without alignment with principle and higher guidance, is insufficient for meaningful moral or spiritual impact. Elijah's success is not rooted in personal power, charisma, or manipulation, but in his fidelity, patience, and trust in God's authority. The story teaches that humility, ethical integrity, and reliance on higher guidance are essential for transformative moral and spiritual action. Elijah's confrontation also illustrates the importance of accountability and moral witness. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical courage often involves holding others accountable, challenging unethical behavior, and providing visible examples of principle in action. Moral leadership requires courage to expose wrongdoing, the discipline to act justly, and the foresight to create conditions where truth and justice are made evident. Elijah's example teaches that accountability and moral witness are central to ethical and spiritual leadership. The public nature of the confrontation demonstrates the communal dimension of ethical action. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that integrity, faith, and moral courage are not merely personal virtues, but have social and relational implications. Ethical action, when aligned with principle, inspires others, restores collective awareness, and catalyzes broader transformation. Elijah's victory over the prophets of Baal reinvigorates the moral consciousness of the people, illustrating the ripple effect of principled, courageous action. The story also provides lessons about the danger of moral complacency and the seduction of false security. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that societal norms, convenience, or majority behavior can obscure ethical truth and facilitate compromise. Elijah's confrontation is a reminder that ethical vigilance, courage, and discernment are necessary to resist false narratives, confront deception, and maintain fidelity to higher principles. Moral clarity requires ongoing reflection, courage, and active engagement, particularly when faced with entrenched opposition. Furthermore, the narrative highlights the interplay between visible action and underlying faith. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical action is most effective when informed by principle, purpose, and spiritual alignment. The outward demonstration of fire is powerful precisely because it reflects inner faith, disciplined preparation, and alignment with divine authority. Ethical integrity is both internal and external, combining belief, action, and moral courage into coherent, transformative practice. Elijah's story emphasizes resilience in the face of opposition. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral courage is often tested repeatedly, requiring perseverance, faith, and unwavering commitment to principle. Confronting widespread error or injustice may not yield immediate results, but sustained ethical vigilance and disciplined action increase the likelihood of meaningful transformation. The narrative teaches that resilience, guided by principle, is essential for long-term moral and spiritual impact. Finally, the story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal teaches timeless lessons about the nature of faith, courage, moral authority, and the transformative power of ethical action aligned with divine guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that standing for truth requires preparation, patience, discernment, and courage, and that moral and spiritual victories are realized through disciplined, principled, and faith-driven action. The narrative demonstrates that integrity, ethical courage, and alignment with higher principles can overcome deception, restore moral clarity, and transform individuals and communities. In conclusion, the story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal is far more than a dramatic confrontation. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, moral courage, discernment, divine authority, ethical leadership, and the transformative impact of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Elijah, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the importance of disciplined preparation, the role of faith in confronting deception, and the enduring principle that ethical alignment with higher guidance produces transformative outcomes. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering faith, ethical clarity, courage, and integrity are essential for confronting falsehood, injustice, and moral compromise. Elijah remains a timeless symbol of courage, discernment, and the extraordinary potential of ethical and spiritual alignment in overcoming adversity. Daniel in the lion's den. Hidden lessons of faith, courage, and divine protection. The story of Daniel in the lion's den, found in Daniel 6, is one of the most powerful and symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts Daniel's miraculous survival in a den of lions after being condemned for his unwavering devotion to God. Yet beneath the literal events lies profound hidden wisdom about faith, integrity, courage, perseverance, and the transformative power of aligning human behavior with divine guidance. Daniel's story is not merely a tale of miraculous protection. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, spiritual discipline, ethical steadfastness, and the rewards of fidelity to principle, even in the face of extreme danger. The narrative begins with Daniel's exceptional position in the Persian Empire, where his wisdom, integrity, and competence earn him the favor of King Darius. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Ethical excellence, diligence, and consistent moral behavior create both opportunity and scrutiny. Daniel's success, rooted in integrity and capability, underscores the importance of ethical conduct in professional and societal contexts. The narrative teaches that moral and spiritual steadfastness often attracts attention, both positive and adversarial, highlighting the interconnectedness of virtue, visibility, and accountability. Daniel's unwavering commitment to prayer, despite a decree forbidding worship of any god except the king, illustrates the centrality of spiritual discipline and ethical integrity. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual commitment requires conscious, consistent practice, even when it invites risk or opposition. Daniel's daily devotion demonstrates that moral courage is cultivated through habitual alignment with principles, and that consistent ethical action is a form of silent but powerful resistance against unjust constraints. The conspiracy of Daniel's adversaries, who manipulate the law to entrap him, highlights the challenges posed by envy, malice, and systemic injustice. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical steadfastness often encounters external pressures, deceit, and opposition. Moral courage requires resilience, discernment, and the willingness to act in accordance with principle despite manipulation or personal cost. The story teaches that integrity is tested not in comfort, but in adversity, where adherence to ethical and spiritual guidance demands fortitude and clarity of purpose. The moment of Daniel's condemnation to the lion's den underscores the stakes inherent in ethical and spiritual courage. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled action may entail significant risk, and that true moral courage is measured not by outcomes, but by fidelity to principle. Daniel's willingness to face extreme danger, rather than compromise his devotion, illustrates the ethical imperative of prioritizing integrity over convenience, safety, or social approval. Courage is defined not by the absence of fear, but by commitment to ethical and spiritual conviction in the face of peril. Daniel's miraculous protection in the lion's den demonstrates the transformative interplay between human faithfulness and divine guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that alignment with higher principles can create extraordinary outcomes, often exceeding natural expectations. Divine intervention, while miraculous, serves as validation of moral courage, spiritual fidelity, and ethical consistency. The narrative illustrates that ethical and spiritual alignment cultivates protection, resilience, and the capacity to endure trials beyond ordinary human capability. The aftermath of Daniel's deliverance provides lessons about recognition, justice, and moral authority. Hidden wisdom lies in understanding that principled action, when sustained through adversity, influences leaders, systems, and communities. King Darius's acknowledgement of Daniel's God illustrates that ethical courage has broader societal impact, shaping perceptions, inspiring accountability, and reinforcing the principle that integrity is rewarded and honored, even within secular structures. The story emphasizes that moral steadfastness transcends personal survival. It influences culture, leadership, and collective conscience. Daniel's story also teaches the importance of humility and ethical focus. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that courage and success are most sustainable when accompanied by humility, self-awareness, and consistent moral orientation. Daniel does not boast. He remains disciplined, focused, and aligned with divine guidance. Ethical courage is intertwined with humility, reflecting the principle that true moral strength is both active and measured, expressive in action, but grounded in character rather than pride or self-interest. The narrative emphasizes the role of faith as both practical guidance and spiritual sustenance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral and ethical courage is inseparable from faith. Whether understood as spiritual alignment, principled conviction, or adherence to transcendent values, Daniel's daily prayer represents the internal scaffolding that sustains external courage, illustrating that ethical resilience requires consistent reinforcement through reflection, discipline, and alignment with higher purpose. Faith is not abstract, it is operationalized through intentional, sustained action. The story highlights discernment in navigating ethical challenges. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral clarity requires awareness of contextual pressures, identification of risks, and strategic adherence to principle. Daniel's careful, unwavering practice demonstrates that ethical courage is not reckless. It is informed, deliberate, and purposefully aligned with enduring principles. Discernment ensures that moral action is both effective and faithful, reinforcing the integrity of character and the likelihood of positive outcomes. Daniel's narrative also underscores the communal dimension of ethical action. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled behavior not only preserves personal integrity, but also serves as an example, inspiring others and shaping societal norms. Daniel's courage catalyzes acknowledgement from the king and demonstrates to others the transformative potential of steadfastness, ethical vigilance, and spiritual fidelity. Moral courage is both individual and relational, impacting not only the actor, but also those who witness, follow, or are influenced by principled action. The story teaches about the inevitability of challenges and opposition in ethical and spiritual life. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that trials, adversity, and even danger are inherent aspects of principled living. Ethical and spiritual courage does not guarantee immediate safety or comfort, but ensures alignment with higher principles, cultivates character, and often produces long-term transformative effects. Daniel's experience emphasizes resilience, perseverance, and fidelity as essential components of moral and spiritual growth. Daniel's story also provides lessons about accountability, justice, and systemic reform. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled action can expose flaws, challenge injustice, and inspire systemic recognition of higher ethical standards. Daniel's survival leads to consequences for his adversaries, reinforcing the principle that ethical courage, aligned with integrity, ultimately influences broader structures of authority, fairness, and moral recognition. Finally, the narrative emphasizes the enduring principle that ethical courage, faith, and integrity are central to transformative outcomes. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual alignment sustains individuals in extreme circumstances, shapes leadership, inspires communities, and produces lasting influence. Daniel's experience in the lion's den is a testament to the power of steadfastness, disciplined faith, and ethical fidelity in the face of danger, manipulation, and adversity. In conclusion, the story of Daniel in the lion's den is far more than a miraculous rescue. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, courage, ethical steadfastness, integrity, discernment, and the transformative impact of alignment with higher principles. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Daniel, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the importance of disciplined, spiritual practice, the role of ethical resilience in navigating adversity, and the profound influence of principled action on leadership, society, and divine acknowledgement. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering faith, moral integrity, and courageous adherence to principle can overcome even the most formidable challenges. Daniel remains a timeless symbol of ethical courage, spiritual resilience, and the extraordinary potential of faith, aligned action in the face of danger. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery furnace, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and divine deliverance. The story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, found in Daniel 3, is one of the most compelling narratives in the Old Testament, offering profound insights into faith, courage, integrity, and divine deliverance. On the surface, it recounts the miraculous survival of 3 young men who refused to bow to King Nebuchadnezzar's golden statue and were thrown into a blazing furnace, yet emerged unharmed. Beneath the literal events lies hidden wisdom about unwavering faith, moral courage, ethical steadfastness, and the transformative power of aligning human action with divine guidance. This story is not merely about miraculous survival. It is a timeless lesson in integrity, principled action, courage under pressure, and the enduring rewards of fidelity to higher principles. The narrative begins with the imposition of King Nebuchadnezzar's decree, demanding absolute obedience and the worship of a golden image. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. External pressures, authoritarian demands, and societal conformity often challenge individual moral and spiritual integrity. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's refusal to comply demonstrates that ethical and spiritual courage is tested most rigorously under coercion and threat. The furnace represents the intense pressures individuals face when adhering to principle. In environments of widespread compromise, fear, or moral compromise, The unwavering stance of the three men illustrates the foundational importance of faith and ethical conviction. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral courage is rooted in principles that transcend fear, personal safety, and immediate convenience. Their decision to remain faithful, despite knowing the potentially lethal consequences, exemplifies the integration of belief, discernment, and principled action. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the conscious choice to uphold integrity and faith, even in the face of extreme danger. Nebuchadnezzar's challenge and intimidation highlight the dynamics of power, coercion, and moral testing. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that principled action often provokes opposition, scrutiny, and intimidation from entrenched authority or societal pressure. The narrative teaches that standing for truth and integrity frequently involves confronting power structures, enduring threats, and maintaining composure in high-stakes situations. Ethical courage requires resilience, clarity of principle, and a refusal to compromise values for expediency. The three men's response to the king, expressing faith in divine protection while acknowledging the possibility of death, offers profound insight into humility, faith, and ethical realism. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that true courage involves both confidence in higher guidance and acceptance of human limitations. Their words reflect the balance between trust and ethical realism, teaching that faith does not guarantee immediate safety, but sustains resolve, moral clarity, and the capacity to act rightly in perilous circumstances. Courage is strengthened by alignment with principle and by a realistic understanding of potential outcomes. The miraculous deliverance from the furnace provides a powerful lesson about divine partnership and moral reward. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that alignment with higher principles, ethical courage, and disciplined faith often lead to transformative outcomes that transcend ordinary expectation. The narrative illustrates that integrity, when coupled with unwavering faith and deliberate ethical action, invokes protection, justice, and recognition. Divine deliverance in the story symbolizes the broader principle that moral alignment strengthens resilience and facilitates transformative intervention in times of extreme adversity. The story emphasizes the collective dimension of ethical courage. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that shared conviction, mutual support, and communal adherence to principle amplify moral strength and resilience. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's solidarity reinforces the idea that principled action is not solely individual. It benefits from collective affirmation and mutual encouragement. The narrative teaches that ethical courage, when expressed collectively, magnifies impact and fosters resilience against societal pressures and coercive forces. Nebuchadnezzar's astonishment at the survival of the three men underscores the role of witness and moral influence. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that principled action, when executed faithfully, serves as a powerful example to observers, challenges entrenched assumptions, and reshapes societal perceptions of justice, authority, and integrity. Ethical courage has ripple effects, inspiring others, reinforcing accountability, and demonstrating the transformative potential of faith, aligned action. The narrative also highlights the importance of moral consistency and steadfastness. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical integrity requires consistency in belief, speech, and action, even under threat or scrutiny. The three men's refusal to compromise their faith illustrates that moral and spiritual resilience is cultivated through habitual adherence to principle. Integrity is maintained not through convenience, but through disciplined, sustained commitment to values and ethical clarity. The fiery furnace symbolizes extreme trials, societal pressure, and ethical testing. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual courage is forged in adversity, and that true character emerges through trials. Challenges that test integrity provide opportunities for growth, reflection, and the demonstration of principled action. The narrative teaches that facing adversity with faith, courage, and ethical clarity transforms both the individual and the surrounding environment, reinforcing the enduring significance of moral fortitude. The story emphasizes the interplay between humility and faith in achieving resilience and transformative outcomes. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that courage is most sustainable when accompanied by humility, acknowledgement of higher guidance, and moral clarity. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's faith is neither arrogant nor presumptuous. It is grounded, disciplined, and principled. The narrative teaches that humility amplifies faith, sustains courage, and aligns action with ethical and spiritual truth. Furthermore, the narrative provides lessons about divine validation and the moral accountability of leaders. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral courage not only preserves individual integrity, but also serves as a corrective and instructive force within society. Nebuchadnezzar's recognition of the power of the God of Israel highlights that ethical steadfastness influences leadership, fosters justice, and reinforces moral standards within governing structures. Principled action can transform environments, inspire ethical reflection, and realign authority with higher principles. The story also illustrates the transformative potential of faith, aligned action under extreme duress. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that alignment with moral and spiritual principles strengthens resilience, empowers ethical action, and enables individuals to endure circumstances that would otherwise be insurmountable. The miraculous outcome reinforces the principle that steadfastness, ethical courage, and trust in higher guidance produce tangible, transformative results that extend beyond personal benefit to impact broader social and spiritual realities. Finally, the narrative teaches timeless lessons about integrity, courage, faith, and the transformative power of principled action. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that unwavering commitment to ethical principles, even under threat of extreme consequence, shapes character, inspires observers, influences leadership, and invites transformative outcomes. The story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego demonstrates that faith and courage, when combined with ethical clarity and disciplined action, can overcome the most formidable challenges and illuminate the enduring power of moral and spiritual alignment. In conclusion, the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery furnace is far more than a miraculous rescue. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, courage, integrity, ethical steadfastness, divine partnership, and the transformative potential of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of these three young men, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the importance of ethical consistency, the role of faith in confronting extreme adversity, and the profound influence of principled action on leaders, communities, and divine recognition. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering faith, moral clarity, and courageous adherence to principle can overcome the most extreme challenges. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego remain timeless symbols of ethical courage, spiritual resilience, and the extraordinary potential of faith, aligned action in the face of life-threatening trials. Joseph and his brothers, hidden lessons of forgiveness, faith, and divine providence. The story of Joseph and his brothers, found in Genesis 37-50, is one of the richest narratives in the Old Testament, offering profound insights into human emotion, ethical choices, resilience, forgiveness, and the hidden workings of divine providence. On the surface, it recounts the life of Joseph, a favored son betrayed by his brothers, sold into slavery, wrongfully imprisoned, and ultimately elevated to a position of power in Egypt. Yet beneath the sequence of dramatic events lies deep hidden wisdom about moral responsibility, ethical leadership, resilience in adversity, and the transformative power of forgiveness and trust in divine guidance. Joseph's journey is not merely a tale of personal triumph. It is a timeless lesson in human character, spiritual insight, and the ways in which ethical choices interact with the larger currents of life. The narrative begins with Joseph as the favored son of Jacob, a position that elicits jealousy and resentment from his brothers. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately: favoritism, envy, and unchecked emotion can disrupt relationships and catalyze destructive actions. Joseph's dreams and his father's open favoritism highlight the ethical importance of humility, emotional intelligence, and sensitivity to the feelings and perspectives of others. The story teaches that moral and emotional awareness is foundational for maintaining harmonious relationships, and ethical decision-making, particularly in contexts of privilege or perceived advantage. Joseph's betrayal by his brothers, being sold into slavery, illustrates the consequences of envy, malice, and unethical behavior. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that actions driven by jealousy or selfishness can have far-reaching and unintended consequences, affecting both perpetrators and victims. The narrative emphasizes that moral lapses not only harm relationships, but also create circumstances that challenge ethical reflection, resilience, and spiritual growth. Joseph's plight teaches that adversity often arises from human failings, yet it also serves as a stage for the development of character, insight, and moral courage. Joseph's experience in Egypt, including his service in Potiphar's house and his subsequent imprisonment due to false accusations, demonstrates the interplay of ethical steadfastness and resilience. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that integrity is maintained not by avoiding adversity, but by sustaining principled behavior in the face of unjust treatment. Joseph's adherence to ethical standards, even when circumstances seem overwhelmingly unfair, illustrates that moral courage is most meaningful when tested by challenge. His resilience reflects the importance of patience, discipline, and trust in a higher purpose when confronted with life's uncertainties. The interpretation of dreams, including those of Pharaoh's officials and ultimately Pharaoh himself, highlights Joseph's application of insight, wisdom, and discernment. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual discernment, when combined with practical intelligence, enables individuals to navigate complex challenges effectively. Joseph's ability to interpret dreams is not merely a supernatural gift. It symbolizes the integration of observation, reflection, and principled action. The narrative teaches that wisdom, foresight, and moral discernment are essential for ethical leadership and for guiding others through crises. Joseph's elevation to the position of second in command in Egypt illustrates the interplay of character, integrity, and divine providence. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical steadfastness, resilience, and principled behavior create opportunities for meaningful influence, even in circumstances shaped by misfortune or injustice. Joseph's rise is not simply a reward for talent. It is a demonstration of how moral integrity and faith-aligned action position individuals to make transformative contributions within broader societal contexts. The narrative emphasizes that ethical action and steadfastness are integral to leadership and societal impact. The famine in Canaan and Joseph's subsequent reconciliation with his brothers provide profound lessons about forgiveness, moral insight, and the ethical exercise of power. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that forgiveness is a conscious choice that transcends emotional resentment and moral grievance. Joseph's willingness to reconcile with his brothers, despite their prior wrongdoing, illustrates the transformative power of ethical forgiveness, demonstrating that moral courage includes the capacity to release vengeance while guiding others toward restoration and accountability. Joseph's declaration to his brothers that what was intended for harm was ultimately used for good reveals the hidden workings of providence and ethical perspective. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that adversity, human error, and misfortune may intersect with broader moral and spiritual frameworks to produce positive outcomes. Joseph's insight demonstrates that ethical and spiritual discernment allows individuals to perceive meaning in hardship, recognize the potential for transformation, and exercise moral guidance, even in complex circumstances. The narrative teaches that resilience and forgiveness are not passive. They require reflection, ethical clarity, and active engagement with life's challenges. The story also emphasizes the importance of humility in leadership. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that true influence is exercised with ethical awareness, moral responsibility, and sensitivity to the needs of others. Joseph's guidance of Egypt during the famine is characterized by practical wisdom, compassionate administration, and ethical discernment. Leadership, in this context, is inseparable from moral integrity, reflecting the principle that ethical and spiritual alignment enhances the capacity to serve effectively and justly. Joseph's life underscores the integration of personal talent, moral integrity, and spiritual faith. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that human gifts, when combined with ethical steadfastness and alignment with a higher purpose, have the potential to produce transformative outcomes. Joseph's ability to navigate betrayal, injustice, and crisis reflects the synergistic effect of resilience, discernment, and principled action. The narrative illustrates that human potential reaches its fullest expression when guided by moral and spiritual principles. The narrative further conveys lessons about accountability and ethical awareness. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that positions of authority, influence, or power entail moral responsibility, the need for discernment, and the exercise of justice. Joseph's ethical administration, combined with his insight and fairness, demonstrates that true leadership requires balancing authority with moral accountability and compassionate oversight. The story teaches that ethical courage and moral integrity are essential for sustaining influence and guiding others responsibly. Finally, Joseph's reconciliation and preservation of his family during famine reflect the culmination of ethical wisdom, resilience, and faith. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that principled action, patience, and trust in divine guidance can transform situations of adversity into opportunities for restoration, growth, and communal flourishing. The narrative emphasizes that ethical steadfastness, combined with insight and forgiveness, not only shapes personal destiny, but also produces enduring positive impact on broader social and familial networks. In conclusion, the story of Joseph and his brothers is far more than a tale of betrayal and triumph. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, resilience, ethical steadfastness, forgiveness, moral discernment, and divine providence. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Joseph, readers gain insight into the nature of ethical courage, the transformative power of forgiveness, the interplay between human action and higher purpose, and the enduring importance of integrity in leadership and personal relationships. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that resilience, principled action, ethical discernment, and faith-aligned decision-making can turn adversity into opportunity, restore broken relationships, and produce lasting positive outcomes. Joseph remains a timeless symbol of forgiveness, moral courage, and the extraordinary potential of aligning personal integrity with divine purpose. Moses and the parting of the Red Sea, hidden lessons of faith, leadership, and divine intervention. The story of Moses and the parting of the Red Sea, found in Exodus 14, is one of the most dramatic and spiritually significant narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts the miraculous deliverance of the Israelites from the pursuing Egyptian army, with Moses leading them through the parted waters to safety. Yet beneath the spectacle lies profound hidden wisdom about faith, leadership, divine guidance, human courage, and the ethical and spiritual dynamics of liberation. This story is far more than an account of a miraculous escape. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, trust in higher guidance, resilience under pressure, and the transformative power of principled leadership aligned with divine purpose. The narrative begins with the Israelites fleeing Egypt after centuries of slavery, highlighting both the urgency of liberation and the moral imperative to pursue freedom. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. The pursuit of ethical and spiritual liberation requires courage, trust, and decisive action in the face of uncertainty and fear. The Israelites' journey symbolizes the broader human struggle for moral and spiritual freedom, illustrating that liberation is inseparable from faith, perseverance, and adherence to higher principles. The narrative teaches that ethical action often requires stepping into the unknown with trust, courage, and conviction. Moses' leadership under extreme pressure demonstrates the integration of faith, ethical responsibility, and strategic insight. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that true leadership is tested in moments of crisis, when fear, doubt, and external pressure threaten collective cohesion. Moses' calm guidance, reliance on divine instruction, and ability to inspire trust among the people illustrate that ethical and spiritual integrity are foundational to effective leadership. the story emphasizes that principled leadership involves courage, clarity of vision, and the capacity to act decisively while maintaining moral and ethical consistency. The confrontation with the Egyptian army introduces the theme of fear and the human response to overwhelming odds. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that challenges, intimidation, and seemingly insurmountable obstacles are opportunities for the cultivation of courage, faith, and moral discernment. The Israelites' fear reflects the natural human tendency to doubt and resist in the face of danger. Moses' response, encouraging the people to trust in divine guidance, illustrates that courage is strengthened not by absence of fear, but by deliberate alignment with principle, faith, and ethical action in high-stakes circumstances. The miraculous parting of the Red Sea provides a symbolic and practical lesson in the interplay between faith, divine intervention, and human agency. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that extraordinary outcomes often require collaboration between human effort, disciplined action, and alignment with higher guidance. Moses' raised staff, the people's obedience, and the water's division demonstrate that faith, when operationalized through disciplined action, produces transformative results that transcend natural expectation. The narrative illustrates that ethical courage, combined with trust in principle or higher purpose, can create openings where none seem possible. The crossing of the Red Sea also underscores the importance of communal responsibility and cohesion. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that collective adherence to moral guidance, trust, and coordinated action amplifies resilience and ensures successful navigation through perilous circumstances. The Israelites' faith and obedience to Moses' direction exemplify the critical role of communal trust, ethical alignment, and disciplined cooperation in achieving shared goals and overcoming adversity. Leadership, courage, and moral integrity are effective only when supported by collective, ethical engagement. The destruction of the pursuing Egyptian army provides lessons about justice, divine accountability, and moral balance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that the protection of the faithful and the fulfillment of higher ethical principles sometimes entails the removal of destructive forces that threaten collective well-being. The narrative illustrates that ethical and spiritual principles are not abstract, but have practical consequences, including the establishment of moral order and the protection of the innocent. Divine intervention validates principled action and reinforces the ethical framework guiding human behavior. Moses' role highlights the integration of personal courage, ethical clarity, and spiritual obedience. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that leadership and moral responsibility require the harmonization of personal action with higher guidance and collective need. Moses acts not from self-interest, but from a sense of duty, moral obligation, and alignment with divine instruction. The story teaches that true leadership combines courage, ethical discernment, and spiritual attunement, resulting in transformative outcomes for both individuals and communities. The narrative emphasizes the cultivation of faith under trial. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that faith is strengthened through experience, challenge, and reliance on higher guidance in moments of uncertainty. The Israelites' journey demonstrates that sustained ethical and spiritual commitment, even under pressure, nurtures resilience, courage, and trust. The crossing of the Red Sea symbolizes the potential for moral and spiritual growth when individuals and communities act in alignment with principle despite fear and doubt. The story provides lessons about preparation, patience, and strategic foresight. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual courage is not solely reactive, but involves foresight, planning, and deliberate action. Moses' guidance reflects both ethical responsibility and practical wisdom, illustrating that principled leadership combines insight, courage, and operational discernment. The narrative teaches that moral and spiritual success requires both trust in higher guidance and the thoughtful application of human agency. The crossing of the Red Sea also underscores the theme of deliverance and renewal. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical courage, faith, and principled action often lead to transformative new beginnings. Liberation from oppression, fear, or moral compromise requires both decisive action and alignment with ethical and spiritual principles. The Israelites' emergence on the opposite shore symbolizes the possibility of renewal, moral restoration, and collective ethical advancement when courage, faith, and principle guide action. The story conveys lessons about ethical vigilance and the ongoing nature of moral responsibility. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that deliverance from one challenge does not eliminate future ethical or spiritual tests. Moses' leadership and the Israelites' journey beyond the Red Sea illustrate that sustained commitment to principle, moral discernment, and ethical courage are necessary for ongoing growth, survival, and fulfillment of higher purpose. Ethical integrity is continuous, requiring vigilance, reflection, and alignment with principle across all stages of life. Finally, the narrative emphasizes the profound interplay between faith, ethical courage, leadership, and divine guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that extraordinary outcomes arise not solely from human effort, but from disciplined alignment with higher principles, moral courage, and trust in guidance beyond oneself. The story of Moses and the parting of the Red Sea demonstrates that principled action, sustained faith, and collective ethical engagement can overcome overwhelming obstacles, deliver justice, and facilitate transformative liberation. In conclusion, the story of Moses and the parting of the Red Sea is far more than a miraculous event. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, leadership, ethical courage, divine guidance, communal responsibility, and transformative moral action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Moses and the Israelites, readers gain insight into the nature of moral and spiritual courage, the role of disciplined trust in overcoming fear, the ethical dimensions of leadership, and the transformative potential of aligning human action with higher purpose. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering faith, principled leadership, and courageous ethical action can navigate seemingly insurmountable challenges, deliver liberation, and produce enduring impact. Moses remains a timeless symbol of courage, moral clarity, and the extraordinary potential of faith-guided leadership. Joshua and the Battle of Jericho, hidden lessons of faith, strategy, and obedience. The story of Joshua and the Battle of Jericho, found in Joshua 6, is one of the most remarkable narratives in the Old Testament, rich with spiritual insight, strategic wisdom, and hidden moral lessons. On the surface, it recounts the miraculous collapse of Jericho's walls after Joshua and the Israelites followed divine instructions to march around the city for 7 days. Yet beneath the dramatic military victory lies profound hidden wisdom about faith, obedience, patience, discipline, and the ethical integration of human action with divine guidance. The story is far more than a tale of conquest. It is a timeless lesson in leadership, moral courage, collective discipline, and the transformative power of unwavering trust in higher principles. The narrative begins with Joshua assuming leadership of Israel after Moses' death, inheriting both a mission and immense responsibility. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Leadership requires moral courage, ethical clarity, and reliance on principle rather than personal capability alone. Joshua's position underscores the importance of preparation, spiritual attunement, and humility in guiding others through challenges. The story teaches that true leadership integrates faith, insight, and ethical responsibility, creating a foundation for transformative action. The city of Jericho symbolizes seemingly insurmountable obstacles and entrenched resistance to ethical or divine guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that challenges often appear formidable, yet strategic action, aligned with principle, can overcome even the most intimidating barriers. The walls of Jericho represent both literal and metaphorical impediments: human pride, societal corruption, fear, and resistance to change. The narrative emphasizes that obstacles are best confronted not solely through brute force, but through disciplined, principled action guided by insight and higher purpose. The specific instructions given to Joshua, marching around the city once per day for 6 days, 7 times on the 7th day, with priests blowing trumpets, highlight the importance of patience, discipline, and obedience. hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that faithful adherence to principle and process often precedes transformative results. Obedience to moral or spiritual guidance requires consistent, disciplined action. Even when immediate outcomes seem uncertain or unconventional, the narrative demonstrates that patience, perseverance, and attention to detail are crucial components of ethical and strategic success. The role of collective action and communal discipline is central to the narrative. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual victories are often achieved through coordinated, disciplined group effort. The Israelites' unity, synchronization, and shared faith exemplify how collective adherence to principle magnifies the effectiveness of moral and strategic action. The story teaches that individual courage and integrity are strengthened and amplified when expressed within a cohesive, principle-driven community. The miraculous collapse of Jericho's walls illustrates the interplay between human obedience, strategic planning, and higher guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that extraordinary outcomes often arise when human effort is aligned with ethical principles and divine instruction. The collapse symbolizes the potential of disciplined faith and moral courage to overcome obstacles that appear insurmountable by conventional means. The narrative emphasizes that transformative results are produced when ethical action, strategic discipline, and trust in higher principles converge. The story highlights the importance of ethical discernment in leadership. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral guidance requires clarity, reflection, and alignment with enduring principles. Joshua's careful adherence to divine instruction demonstrates that effective leadership balances strategic insight, ethical responsibility, and disciplined obedience. The narrative teaches that ethical discernment ensures that action is not only effective, but morally sound, fostering both practical success and spiritual integrity. The role of faith under pressure is central to the narrative. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that courageous action requires trust in higher principles, particularly when immediate evidence of success is absent. The Israelites' faith and discipline in marching around Jericho, despite apparent futility, exemplify the strength that comes from unwavering trust in ethical guidance and divine instruction. Faith, in this context, is operationalized through consistent, deliberate, and courageous action, reinforcing the principle that moral courage is inseparable from sustained trust and ethical alignment. The narrative also conveys lessons about timing and strategic patience. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual victories often require waiting, pacing action appropriately, and adhering to prescribed processes. The 7-day structure of the march underscores the importance of temporal discipline, strategic planning, and endurance in ethical and practical endeavors. The story teaches that perseverance, patience, and respect for divine or moral timing are essential for successful outcomes. Joshua's leadership in the Battle of Jericho emphasizes the integration of moral courage, strategic insight, and faith. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that true leadership involves more than decision-making or authority. It requires principled guidance, moral clarity, and the ability to inspire collective action in alignment with higher values. The narrative demonstrates that leadership effectiveness is measured not merely by results, but by ethical integrity, adherence to principle, and the capacity to foster unity and disciplined action among those led. The victory at Jericho reinforces lessons about divine justice and the ethical dimensions of power. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that authority and action should be exercised within the framework of principle, morality, and higher purpose. The narrative illustrates that transformative outcomes are not achieved through coercion or aggression alone, but through disciplined, ethically aligned action that respects moral order and higher guidance. Success, in this sense, is inseparable from ethical integrity and spiritual alignment. The story also emphasizes the role of obedience in cultivating trust, resilience, and moral strength. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that adherence to principle, even when unconventional or counterintuitive, builds character, fortifies faith, and positions individuals and communities for transformative outcomes. The Israelites' disciplined execution of Joshua's plan demonstrates that obedience to ethical and spiritual guidance is not passive compliance, but an active, courageous engagement with principle that produces enduring impact. Furthermore, the narrative provides lessons about preparation, foresight, and strategic alignment. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral and spiritual action is most effective when thoughtfully planned, aligned with principle, and executed with discipline. Joshua's careful preparation, attention to process, and adherence to divine instruction exemplify the integration of strategic insight, ethical clarity, and courageous execution. The story teaches that ethical action requires both reflection and disciplined practice to achieve meaningful transformation. Finally, the narrative emphasizes the transformative potential of faith, obedience, and disciplined action. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that extraordinary outcomes, whether personal, communal, or societal, are often realized when moral courage, strategic insight, and alignment with higher principles converge. The story of Joshua and the Battle of Jericho demonstrates that disciplined adherence to principle, collective action, and trust in guidance beyond oneself can overcome the most formidable obstacles and produce lasting transformation. In conclusion, the story of Joshua and the Battle of Jericho is far more than a miraculous military victory. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, leadership, obedience, strategic discipline, moral courage, and the transformative power of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Joshua and the Israelites, readers gain insight into the nature of ethical leadership, the importance of disciplined trust, the interplay of strategy and principle, and the enduring potential of collective moral courage. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering faith, ethical clarity, disciplined action, and trust in higher guidance can overcome seemingly insurmountable obstacles, transform communities, and produce enduring, principled success. Joshua remains a timeless symbol of courage, strategic insight, and the extraordinary potential of faith-driven leadership. Gideon and the 300s, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and strategic trust. The story of Gideon and the 300, found in Judges 67, is one of the most profound and symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts how Gideon, chosen by God, defeated the vastly superior Midianite army with only 300 men, demonstrating divine intervention, strategic insight, and the power of faith. Beneath the dramatic military victory lies deep hidden wisdom about courage, discernment, humility, strategic thinking, and the transformative impact of faith-aligned action. Gideon's story is not merely a tale of miraculous triumph. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, ethical leadership, strategic insight, and the enduring value of trusting in higher guidance, even when human resources appear inadequate. The narrative begins with Gideon tending his father's wheat fields, while Israel suffers under the oppression of the Midianites. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. True leadership and moral courage often arise from ordinary circumstances. Gideon's initial humility and seeming insignificance illustrate that greatness is not defined by status, strength, or recognition, but by willingness to respond faithfully to a higher calling. The story teaches that ethical courage and moral initiative are cultivated in everyday life and are often tested in moments of apparent vulnerability or obscurity. Gideon's encounter with the angel of the Lord highlights the importance of discernment and responsiveness to divine or higher guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral and strategic clarity often comes through attentive listening, reflection, and openness to insight beyond conventional wisdom. Gideon's initial hesitation reflects the natural human tendency toward doubt and insecurity, emphasizing that courage is often nurtured through guidance, reflection, and ethical deliberation. The narrative demonstrates that discernment is essential for effective and principled action. The reduction of Gideon's army from 32,000 to 300 men provides profound lessons about humility, reliance on principle, and the interplay between faith and strategy. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that excessive reliance on numbers, power, or material resources can obscure ethical and spiritual insight. by narrowing the army. Gideon demonstrates that true victory derives not from human strength alone, but from disciplined obedience, strategic alignment, and trust in higher guidance. The story illustrates that faith and moral courage often require letting go of conventional security and embracing risk when aligned with principle. The strategic use of trumpets, torches, and jars in the battle highlights the integration of creativity, innovation, and principle-based strategy. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual action often requires unconventional thinking, resourcefulness, and adaptability. Gideon's tactical plan demonstrates that courage and strategic insight are intertwined with faith and moral clarity. The narrative teaches that transformative action combines human ingenuity with disciplined adherence to principle and trust in divine or ethical guidance. The psychological dimension of fear in the Midianite camp underscores the role of perception, morale, and psychological insight in ethical and strategic leadership. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual authority can influence not only direct action, but also the attitudes, behavior, and decisions of opponents. The story emphasizes that ethical courage, when coupled with disciplined strategy, can create disproportionate impact, demonstrating that the power of principled action extends beyond immediate resources or numbers. Gideon's initial doubt and repeated seeking of signs through the fleece illustrate the tension between human uncertainty and ethical courage. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that seeking confirmation, reassurance, or ethical clarity is a natural and valuable aspect of principled decision-making. The narrative teaches that courage does not require blind faith. It involves thoughtful discernment, ethical reflection, and careful alignment with higher guidance. Gideon's patience and persistence exemplify how measured inquiry strengthens moral confidence and strategic resolve. The story highlights the importance of obedience under pressure. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that principled action, particularly in high-stakes circumstances, requires disciplined compliance with ethical or divine guidance, even when outcomes seem uncertain or intimidating. Gideon's adherence to the instructions given by the Lord exemplifies the synergy between ethical courage, disciplined action, and transformative results. The narrative illustrates that obedience, aligned with principle, produces outcomes that far exceed ordinary expectations. Gideon's leadership demonstrates the integration of humility, courage, and accountability. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that effective leadership balances initiative with responsiveness, confidence with humility, and strategic action with ethical awareness. Gideon does not rely on his own strength or glory. He attributes success to divine guidance, reinforcing the principle that ethical and spiritual alignment amplifies the impact of human effort. Leadership, in this narrative, is inseparable from ethical integrity, trust, and principled responsibility. The narrative emphasizes the transformative potential of faith, aligned action. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that disciplined courage, ethical clarity, and trust in higher guidance can produce outcomes that defy natural expectations. Gideon's victory, with only 300 men, illustrates that limitations in human resources are not barriers when moral courage and strategic insight are combined with faith and ethical alignment. The story teaches that extraordinary achievements often arise when human initiative is guided by principle and higher purpose. The communal dimension of Gideon's army highlights the interplay between collective discipline, moral cohesion, and shared purpose. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that coordinated ethical action amplifies individual courage, strengthens resilience, and produces collective impact. The narrative demonstrates that principled leadership and disciplined communal action, aligned with ethical and strategic guidance, generate transformative results that are unattainable through isolated effort. Finally, the story of Gideon and the 300 underscores the enduring lessons of faith, courage, humility, and strategic insight. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that true victory is not measured by numbers, power, or conventional strength, but by principled action, disciplined trust, and ethical alignment with higher guidance. The narrative illustrates that human limitations, when navigated with courage and principle, can become opportunities for extraordinary accomplishment and moral transformation. In conclusion, the story of Gideon and the 300 is far more than a military triumph. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, courage, humility, obedience, strategic insight, ethical leadership, and the transformative power of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Gideon, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the interplay between human effort and higher guidance, the importance of disciplined action under uncertainty, and the enduring potential of ethical and faith-aligned strategy. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering trust in principle, disciplined courage, and strategic application of ethical insight can overcome overwhelming odds, produce lasting impact, and reveal the extraordinary potential inherent in principled human action. Gideon remains a timeless symbol of courage, humility, and the transformative power of faith-guided leadership. Samson and Delilah, hidden lessons of strength, vulnerability, and spiritual discernment. The story of Samson and Delilah, found in Judges 16, is one of the most compelling and symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts the dramatic tale of Samson, a Nazirite blessed with extraordinary physical strength, who is ultimately betrayed by Delilah, leading to his capture by the Philistines. Yet beneath the literal events lies profound hidden wisdom about human vulnerability, ethical discernment, the interplay between strength and responsibility, and the transformative consequences of spiritual fidelity or compromise. Samson's narrative is far more than a story of betrayal and physical feats. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, spiritual integrity, discernment, and the nuanced dynamics of human character in relation to divine purpose. The narrative begins with Samson's miraculous birth, foretold by an angel of the Lord, emphasizing the theme of divine purpose and predestination. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Individuals may be entrusted with unique gifts or roles that carry significant responsibility. Samson's life demonstrates that extraordinary abilities, whether physical, intellectual, or spiritual, require ethical stewardship and disciplined alignment with higher principles. The story teaches that divine endowment is inseparable from moral and spiritual accountability, highlighting the ethical dimensions inherent in personal gifts and talents. Samson's Nazirite vow illustrates the interplay between personal discipline and spiritual authority. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that spiritual and moral strength is cultivated through commitment, restraint, and intentional alignment with higher principles. The vow is a framework that shapes character, guides decision-making, and sustains moral resilience. Samson's adherence to, or deviation from, this vow underscores the principle that human strength, when untethered from ethical and spiritual guidance, is vulnerable to compromise, misuse, and eventual downfall. The narrative highlights the tension between external power and internal vulnerability. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that physical strength, social influence, or material advantage alone are insufficient for sustained moral or spiritual effectiveness. Samson's extraordinary power is counterbalanced by his susceptibility to emotional manipulation, impulsivity, and ethical lapses, illustrating that true strength requires discernment, humility, and moral awareness. The story teaches that vulnerability is an intrinsic aspect of the human condition and must be navigated with wisdom and ethical foresight. Delilah's role as a manipulator of Samson's trust emphasizes the ethical and spiritual dangers of misplaced intimacy and the seductive influence of temptation. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical lapses often occur not in isolation, but through relational dynamics that exploit human desires, weaknesses, or blind spots. Samson's betrayal illustrates that discernment in relationships is essential for ethical integrity and spiritual protection. The narrative underscores the importance of vigilance, ethical reflection, and self-awareness in navigating complex social and relational landscapes. Samson's eventual betrayal and capture by the Philistines provide lessons about accountability, consequence, and the relationship between personal action and external outcomes. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical compromise and negligence can produce far reaching repercussions, not only for the individual, but also for the broader community. Samson's downfall illustrates the principle that moral and spiritual fidelity is both protective and empowering, whereas compromise exposes individuals to harm, manipulation, and loss. The story highlights the potential for redemption and the transformative power of renewed faith. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that even after failure, human agency aligned with ethical and spiritual principle can produce profound impact. In his final act, destroying the Philistine temple, Samson demonstrates that renewed commitment, focused courage, and ethical alignment can transform tragedy into purposeful action. The narrative teaches that redemption, though often preceded by failure, is accessible through reflection, moral courage, and alignment with higher guidance. The interplay between strength, responsibility, and ethical discernment is central to the narrative. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that gifts, power, or talents are not merely personal advantages. They carry moral and spiritual obligations. Samson's life demonstrates that ethical stewardship, disciplined self-control, and principled action are essential for sustaining influence and fulfilling divine or higher purpose. The story emphasizes that human abilities must be exercised within the framework of ethical responsibility to produce lasting, positive impact. Samson's narrative also emphasizes the consequences of impulsivity and unguarded decision-making. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral lapses, emotional decisions, or failure to exercise discernment can undermine even the most extraordinary capabilities. The story teaches that strategic reflection, ethical mindfulness, and disciplined judgment are essential components of both personal effectiveness and moral resilience. Samson's impulsive behaviors underscore the delicate balance between human desire, ethical constraint, and spiritual fidelity. The role of divine intervention in Samson's life provides lessons about reliance on higher guidance and the interplay between human effort and spiritual empowerment. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that even the strongest human endeavors are ultimately sustained or amplified through alignment with higher principles or guidance. Samson's feats of strength, while extraordinary, are meaningful primarily when integrated with divine purpose and ethical responsibility. The narrative demonstrates that true effectiveness, whether moral, spiritual, or practical, requires the integration of human initiative with disciplined reliance on higher guidance. Samson's ultimate victory, achieved in alignment with divine purpose, underscores the principle that ethical fidelity and renewed focus can produce transformative outcomes. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that failure, betrayal, or ethical lapses need not define destiny. Rather, moral reflection, disciplined action, and realignment with principle can restore effectiveness and produce profound impact. The story teaches that resilience, ethical clarity, and spiritual realignment are essential for achieving purpose, even after significant setbacks. The story of Samson and Delilah also conveys lessons about accountability, vigilance, and the ethical management of personal relationships. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that human vulnerability can be mitigated through discernment, self-awareness, and principled boundaries. Samson's experience demonstrates the importance of ethical foresight, emotional regulation, and strategic engagement in safeguarding both personal integrity and broader communal welfare. Finally, the narrative highlights the broader spiritual and moral implications of human agency. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that human choices, especially regarding the use of strength, talent, or influence, are ethically consequential. Samson's life illustrates the dynamic interplay between human capability, ethical stewardship, relational integrity, and alignment with divine or higher purpose. The story emphasizes that extraordinary gifts, when ethically grounded and spiritually aligned, can be powerful instruments for transformation, redemption, and moral impact. In conclusion, the story of Samson and Delilah is far more than a tale of betrayal and miraculous feats. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about strength, vulnerability, ethical discernment, moral courage, spiritual fidelity, and the transformative potential of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Samson, readers gain insight into the nature of moral and spiritual responsibility, the consequences of ethical lapses, the value of discernment in relationships, and the profound impact of renewed faith and focused courage. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that human strength, when integrated with ethical awareness and aligned with higher guidance, can overcome betrayal, restore purpose, and produce extraordinary outcomes. Samson remains a timeless symbol of the interplay between human power, moral responsibility, and the extraordinary potential of faith-guided action. David and Goliath, hidden lessons of courage, faith, and strategic action. The story of David and Goliath, found in 1 Samuel 17, is one of the most iconic narratives in the Old Testament, resonating deeply with themes of courage, faith, strategy, and ethical integrity. On the surface, it recounts the dramatic victory of young David, a shepherd boy, over the formidable Philistine warrior Goliath, using only a sling and a stone. Yet beneath the literal events lies profound hidden wisdom about the power of faith, the importance of preparation, the role of courage in confronting seemingly insurmountable challenges, and the transformative potential of principled, strategic action. David's triumph is not merely a tale of physical victory. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, spiritual alignment, strategic insight, and the ethical dimensions of leadership and human agency. The narrative begins with the Israelite army confronted by the Philistine forces, highlighting the stakes of conflict and the weight of collective responsibility. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Courage is not the absence of danger, but the conscious decision to act ethically and strategically despite overwhelming odds. David, initially a young shepherd, embodies the principle that true courage is grounded in faith, moral conviction, and clarity of purpose rather than physical size, social status, or conventional power. The story teaches that ethical and spiritual alignment can enable individuals to confront challenges that appear impossible. David's decision to face Goliath illustrates the integration of faith, courage, and discernment. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that effective action requires both moral clarity and strategic insight. David's confidence stems not from arrogance, but from a profound understanding of his own abilities, his ethical mission, and his reliance on divine guidance. The narrative demonstrates that courage is strengthened by preparation, reflection, and alignment with higher principles, highlighting the importance of integrating faith and strategy in high-stakes endeavors. Goliath, towering and armed with conventional weaponry, symbolizes the formidable obstacles, societal pressures, and intimidating challenges individuals face in life. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that external appearances of strength or dominance do not determine outcomes when courage, ethical alignment, and strategic action guide decision-making. David's approach emphasizes that perceived limitations, whether in size, resources, or social power, can be overcome through principled, strategic action grounded in confidence and faith. The choice of weapon, a sling and stone, highlights the significance of leveraging one's unique skills and insights rather than relying on conventional or expected methods. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that extraordinary results often arise when individuals apply creativity, resourcefulness, and ethical discernment to their particular circumstances. David's use of a sling symbolizes the importance of identifying and utilizing one's authentic strengths in alignment with principle, demonstrating that unconventional approaches, when guided by faith and strategic insight, can produce transformative outcomes. David's dialogue with Goliath underscores the ethical and spiritual dimensions of courage. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that principled conviction requires not only action, but the articulation of moral and spiritual purpose. David declares his faith in God, framing the confrontation as a struggle between divine justice and human oppression. The narrative illustrates that courage grounded in ethical and spiritual conviction is compelling, transformative, and capable of inspiring both observers and participants, reinforcing the interconnection between moral clarity and effective action. The victory over Goliath demonstrates the interplay between preparation, courage, and divine guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that human effort, when aligned with ethical principle and higher purpose, can produce extraordinary results that surpass conventional expectations. David's triumph exemplifies the principle that faith, moral courage, and strategic action are mutually reinforcing, generating outcomes that defy apparent limitations. The story teaches that reliance on principle, combined with thoughtful preparation and courageous execution, produces profound and lasting impact. The narrative emphasizes resilience in the face of doubt and opposition. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical and spiritual courage often involves confronting skepticism, criticism, or fear from peers or society. David, initially underestimated by his own people, demonstrates the importance of self-belief, ethical steadfastness, and perseverance. The story teaches that principled action may encounter resistance, but steadfastness, clarity of purpose, and alignment with higher guidance ensure eventual success and recognition. David's encounter with Goliath also provides lessons about humility and reliance on principle rather than personal glory. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that true courage and effectiveness are rooted in alignment with ethical and spiritual guidance, rather than in ego, pride, or desire for recognition. David attributes his strength and success to divine support, emphasizing that moral and spiritual alignment magnifies human potential. The narrative illustrates that humility, coupled with courage and discernment, is a cornerstone of transformative action. The story highlights the transformative power of faith in shaping outcomes. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that belief in a higher purpose, ethical clarity, and spiritual alignment provide the foundation for extraordinary human action. David's faith is operationalized through deliberate, courageous, and strategic action, demonstrating that belief without practical application is insufficient. The narrative teaches that moral courage, guided by faith and informed by strategy, can overcome seemingly insurmountable challenges and produce lasting impact. The ethical dimension of David's victory reinforces lessons about justice, responsibility, and the use of power. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that true strength involves ethical purpose and the protection of the vulnerable. David confronts Goliath not for personal gain, but to defend his people and uphold justice. The narrative emphasizes that courage and power are most meaningful when exercised in service of ethical and collective objectives, reinforcing the inseparable link between moral responsibility and effective action. The story also conveys lessons about foresight, strategic patience, and alignment with natural and spiritual law. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that success is rarely accidental. It is the product of careful preparation, situational awareness, and ethical alignment. David's selection of a sling and his focus on Goliath's vulnerabilities demonstrate the importance of strategic discernment and disciplined execution. The narrative teaches that courageous and principled action is most effective when guided by insight, preparation, and ethical clarity. Finally, the story of David and Goliath underscores the enduring themes of courage, faith, ethical discernment, and the transformative potential of principled action. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that even the most formidable challenges can be overcome when human initiative is combined with moral integrity, faith, and strategic insight. The narrative illustrates that true victory arises not solely from strength, resources, or conventional advantage, but from disciplined, faith-aligned, and ethically grounded action. In conclusion, the story of David and Goliath is far more than a legendary tale of physical triumph. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about courage, faith, strategic action, moral responsibility, ethical leadership, and the transformative power of principle-driven initiative. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of David, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the integration of faith and strategy, the ethical use of strength, and the capacity to overcome obstacles that appear insurmountable. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering faith, principled action, strategic insight, and ethical integrity can transform challenges into victories and produce enduring impact. David remains a timeless symbol of courage, discernment, and the extraordinary potential of faith-aligned human action. Elijah and the prophets of Baal, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and spiritual authority. The story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal, found in 1 Kings 18, is one of the most dramatic and spiritually instructive narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts the contest on Mount Carmel, where Elijah demonstrates the power of the God of Israel over the prophets of Baal by calling down fire from heaven to consume his water-soaked sacrifice. Yet beneath the literal events lies profound hidden wisdom about faith, courage, moral discernment, and the ethical exercise of spiritual authority. Elijah's confrontation is not simply a demonstration of divine power. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, principled leadership, discernment, and the transformative consequences of unwavering faith, aligned with higher purpose. The narrative begins with a period of severe drought and moral crisis in Israel, highlighting the intersection of natural calamity, societal compromise, and spiritual decay. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Spiritual and ethical crises often correlate with human choices, societal structures, and lapses in moral accountability. Elijah's mission underscores the principle that addressing systemic corruption, ethical decline, or spiritual stagnation requires courage, moral clarity, and principled action. The story teaches that true leadership, particularly in moral and spiritual realms, arises in moments of crisis when ethical courage is most needed. Elijah's confrontation with King Ahab and the prophets of Baal highlights the tension between integrity and societal pressure. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral and spiritual leaders often operate in opposition to prevailing norms, authority structures, or popular opinion. Elijah's boldness demonstrates that principled action requires resilience, clarity of purpose, and the willingness to confront entrenched power and societal complacency. The narrative teaches that ethical courage is tested most acutely when action challenges established interests or exposes systemic corruption. The contest on Mount Carmel emphasizes the power of faith in producing transformative outcomes. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that alignment with divine or higher ethical principles amplifies human action, particularly when coupled with courage and discernment. Elijah's prayer and invocation of God's power illustrate that faith is not passive belief, but active engagement, grounded in ethical clarity, moral purpose, and disciplined focus. The story teaches that transformative impact requires both alignment with principle and courageous execution in critical moments. The dramatic preparation of the altar, using 12 stones to represent the tribes of Israel, soaking the sacrifice with water, and creating a visible and challenging scenario, highlights the ethical and strategic dimensions of principled action. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral courage is reinforced by careful preparation, symbolic clarity, and strategic insight. Elijah's methodical approach demonstrates that courage is not reckless but disciplined, combining moral vision with practical foresight and symbolic communication to inspire ethical clarity and communal engagement. The response of the prophets of Baal, who attempt to call down fire without success, underscores the principle of moral and spiritual alignment. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that power or influence devoid of ethical or spiritual grounding lacks transformative efficacy. The failure of Baal's prophets illustrates that authority or charisma alone cannot substitute for alignment with higher principles. The narrative emphasizes that ethical and spiritual alignment is foundational for meaningful action, reinforcing the principle that authenticity and principle are inseparable from effectiveness. Elijah's prayer and the miraculous fire from heaven demonstrate the interplay of faith, courage, and moral authority. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual courage, when executed with integrity and alignment with principle, can produce outcomes that inspire, correct, and transform. Elijah's intervention not only validates divine authority, but also reinforces moral accountability, demonstrating the consequences of ethical fidelity versus compromise. The story teaches that moral courage, combined with principled authority, can restore justice, inspire adherence to principle, and catalyze communal transformation. The narrative also conveys lessons about discernment and timing. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that effective moral and spiritual action requires awareness of context, patience, and strategic engagement. Elijah's deliberate construction of the contest, the invocation of prayer, and the challenge to the prophets demonstrate that courage is most effective when coupled with discernment, preparation, and ethical foresight. The story illustrates that ethical courage is amplified when action is strategically timed and grounded in principle. Elijah's confrontation underscores the role of personal integrity and accountability in moral leadership. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical courage requires personal commitment, willingness to face opposition, and steadfast adherence to principle even under threat or criticism. Elijah does not seek personal glory, but acts as a faithful agent of higher purpose, emphasizing that moral authority derives from integrity, ethical alignment, and faithful service. The narrative teaches that principled action is most compelling when leaders exemplify the very values they advocate. The dramatic outcome, including the destruction of the false prophets and the demonstration of divine power, emphasizes the consequences of ethical fidelity and moral compromise. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that adherence to principle brings not only personal affirmation, but also societal impact, accountability, and transformative influence. The story illustrates that courage grounded in faith and principle has ripple effects, shaping collective behavior, reinforcing ethical norms, and restoring moral and spiritual balance. The narrative also highlights the importance of courage under isolation. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that moral and spiritual action often requires standing alone, facing formidable opposition, and maintaining ethical clarity without external validation. Elijah's solitary stand against the prophets of Baal demonstrates that true courage is tested not by the presence of allies, but by adherence to principle, faith, and ethical responsibility in the face of isolation or opposition. Finally, the story emphasizes the transformative potential of faith-aligned action in addressing systemic and societal challenges. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral courage, ethical leadership, and spiritual discernment can catalyze collective renewal, inspire adherence to principle, and restore ethical and spiritual balance. Elijah's example demonstrates that principled action rooted in higher guidance produces enduring impact, reshaping communal values, restoring justice, and reinforcing moral order. In conclusion, the story of Elijah and the prophets of Baal is far more than a dramatic contest of divine power. It is a narrative rich with hidden lessons about faith, courage, moral discernment, spiritual authority, ethical leadership, and the transformative potential of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Elijah, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the ethical exercise of authority, the importance of integrity under pressure, and the capacity of faith, aligned action to produce societal and spiritual transformation. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering commitment to principle, courageous ethical action, and disciplined alignment with higher guidance can confront falsehood, restore justice, and catalyze profound change. Elijah remains a timeless symbol of courage, moral clarity, and the extraordinary potential of faith. Guided leadership, Daniel in the lion's den, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and divine protection. The story of Daniel in the lion's den, found in Daniel 6, is one of the most inspiring and spiritually profound narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts how Daniel, a devout servant of God, is thrown into a den of lions by King Darius, officials because of his unwavering faith. Yet beneath the dramatic events lies profound hidden wisdom about courage, integrity, the ethical exercise of faith, and the transformative power of trust in divine protection. Daniel's narrative is far more than a tale of miraculous survival. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, spiritual fidelity, principled leadership, and the enduring impact of unwavering ethical conviction in the face of adversity. The narrative begins with Daniel's exceptional reputation as a wise, faithful, and capable leader in the Medo-Persian kingdom. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately: personal integrity, moral consistency, and principled behavior cultivate trust, influence, and opportunity. Daniel's prominence demonstrates that ethical conduct and spiritual alignment are not only virtuous, but also strategically empowering, positioning individuals to exert positive influence within their communities and institutions. The story teaches that character and ethical clarity are foundational to both personal success and societal impact. The jealousy and scheming of Daniel's rivals highlight the ever-present challenges of envy, deceit, and human ambition. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and moral integrity often attract opposition, particularly from those motivated by self-interest or moral compromise. Daniel's adversaries attempt to exploit legal and political mechanisms to undermine him, illustrating the broader principle that ethical courage is tested not only by circumstances, but also by the intentions and actions of others. The narrative emphasizes the importance of discernment, patience, and steadfastness when confronting morally compromised adversaries. Daniel's unwavering commitment to prayer and adherence to his religious convictions under the new law prohibiting worship outside the king's decree demonstrates the intersection of faith, courage, and moral responsibility. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that principled action often requires resistance to social pressure, political authority, or legal constraints that conflict with ethical and spiritual convictions. Daniel's choice exemplifies the principle that moral courage is expressed through deliberate, disciplined, and ethically consistent action, even when consequences are severe. The dramatic moment of Daniel's being thrown into the lion's den underscores the themes of risk, vulnerability, and ethical fidelity. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that commitment to principle often entails personal sacrifice, exposure to danger, and confrontation with seemingly insurmountable threats. The narrative teaches that true courage is not the absence of fear, but the conscious decision to act ethically and faithfully despite risk. Daniel's survival is a testament to the transformative power of steadfast faith and moral integrity under extreme adversity. Divine protection in the lion's den emphasizes the interplay between human fidelity and higher guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical courage, when aligned with principle and faith, can invoke protective forces, spiritual, moral, or practical, that extend beyond human capacity. Daniel's miraculous survival demonstrates that ethical consistency and spiritual alignment are not merely abstract ideals, but catalysts for transformative outcomes. The story teaches that trust in higher guidance, combined with disciplined moral action, produces resilience and preserves integrity. The reaction of King Darius highlights lessons about justice, discernment, and the ethical responsibilities of leadership. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that leaders are tested by the ethical quality of their decisions and their responsiveness to principled courage. Darius' immediate distress and subsequent acknowledgement of Daniel's faithfulness illustrate the principle that ethical integrity commands respect, influences authority, and can inspire corrective action within systems of power. The narrative emphasizes that principled behavior, even under duress, has the capacity to shape leadership decisions and institutional norms. Daniel's continued influence and restoration following his deliverance underscore the transformative potential of ethical courage and faithful action. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual integrity not only protects the individual, but also produces lasting positive impact on communities, institutions, and society at large. Daniel's survival reinforces the principle that steadfast adherence to ethical and spiritual principles can transform threats into opportunities for communal and institutional reform. The narrative conveys lessons about the enduring power of faith and the resilience of the human spirit. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual fidelity sustains individuals through trials, amplifies their influence, and cultivates lasting moral authority. Daniel's courage exemplifies the principle that principled action, grounded in faith and ethical discernment, enables individuals to navigate extreme challenges without compromising integrity or purpose. Daniel's experience emphasizes the integration of foresight, preparation, and consistent ethical practice. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that resilience in the face of adversity is cultivated through disciplined moral habits, consistent ethical reflection, and alignment with higher principles. The narrative demonstrates that long-term moral and spiritual strength arises not from reactive courage alone, but from ongoing ethical and spiritual cultivation. The story also highlights the communal implications of principled action. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that acts of courage, faith, and integrity inspire others, influence societal norms, and create pathways for collective moral and ethical transformation. Daniel's unwavering behavior challenges the corruption of his adversaries, reinforces justice, and models the enduring impact of principled action in a broader social and institutional context. The ethical dimension of Daniel's survival reinforces lessons about the relationship between principle, courage, and accountability. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that adherence to moral and spiritual principles requires accountability both to higher standards and to the community. Daniel's behavior demonstrates that ethical courage is not self-serving, but oriented toward the protection of moral order, the modeling of integrity, and the preservation of justice within the societal framework. Finally, the story of Daniel in the lion's den emphasizes the profound interplay between faith, courage, integrity, and divine guidance. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that transformative outcomes, whether personal, communal, or societal, are produced when human action is guided by principle, aligned with higher purpose, and executed with courage and discipline. The narrative illustrates that unwavering, ethical, and spiritual fidelity can overcome adversity, influence leadership, restore justice, and inspire collective moral resilience. In conclusion, the story of Daniel in the lion's den is far more than a miraculous survival narrative. It is a story rich with hidden lessons about faith, courage, ethical integrity, principled leadership, and the transformative power of alignment with higher guidance. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Daniel, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the enduring value of ethical consistency, the importance of principled action under duress, and the profound influence of faithful conduct on leadership, institutions, and society. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that unwavering commitment to principle, disciplined courage, and trust in higher guidance can overcome seemingly insurmountable adversity, preserve integrity, and produce lasting positive impact. Daniel remains a timeless symbol of ethical resilience, faith, and the extraordinary power of principled action in the face of danger. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery furnace, hidden lessons of faith, courage, and divine deliverance. The story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, found in Daniel 3, is one of the most powerful and symbolically rich narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts how these three young men were thrown into a blazing furnace by King Nebuchadnezzar for refusing to worship a golden idol. Yet beneath the dramatic events lies profound hidden wisdom about unwavering faith, moral courage, ethical conviction, and the transformative consequences of trusting in divine protection. Their story is far more than an account of miraculous survival. It is a timeless lesson in principled action, spiritual fidelity, ethical leadership, and the enduring impact of moral courage in the face of oppression and societal pressure. The narrative begins with the establishment of King Nebuchadnezzar's golden image and the decree mandating its worship. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Societal and political pressures often create environments that test moral and ethical integrity. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego are confronted with a choice between conformity for personal safety or principled resistance for ethical and spiritual fidelity. The story teaches that true courage and faith are most evident when individuals are willing to uphold their convictions in opposition to powerful external forces, even at great personal risk. The decision of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego to refuse worship of the golden idol highlights the integration of ethical integrity, courage, and spiritual conviction. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled action requires clarity of purpose, moral discernment, and steadfastness in the face of fear. Their refusal exemplifies the principle that moral courage is not merely about defiance, but about alignment with enduring ethical and spiritual truths. The narrative demonstrates that ethical integrity is a source of inner strength, enabling individuals to confront threats without compromising principle. King Nebuchadnezzar's anger and subsequent punishment underscore the challenges that accompany principled resistance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical action is often met with opposition, hostility, or even persecution. The narrative teaches that courage and moral steadfastness are tested not by the absence of adversity, but by the ability to maintain integrity in its presence. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's unwavering faith exemplifies how ethical and spiritual fidelity can serve as a source of resilience when confronted with external threats. The fiery furnace itself symbolizes extreme trials, danger, and the intense pressures that ethical and spiritual courage must withstand. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that challenges often come in forms that threaten to overwhelm, intimidate, or destroy. The narrative illustrates that steadfast faith, coupled with moral courage and ethical alignment, provides inner fortitude capable of sustaining individuals even under the most extreme circumstances. The furnace becomes not only a literal test, but also a metaphorical representation of the crucible in which character, faith, and principle are forged. The miraculous protection of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego emphasizes the interplay between human fidelity and divine guidance. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical courage when aligned with principle and faith, invokes protective and transformative forces beyond human capacity. The narrative teaches that steadfast adherence to moral and spiritual convictions can create outcomes that surpass natural expectations, reinforcing the principle that faith and integrity have both protective and empowering dimensions. The presence of the fourth figure in the furnace, often interpreted as a divine manifestation, underscores the principle that steadfast faith invites companionship, guidance, and strength from higher sources. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled action, aligned with ethical and spiritual truth, is never undertaken in isolation. It draws support and empowerment from transcendent principles or divine guidance. The narrative demonstrates that unwavering courage is reinforced and amplified when grounded in spiritual alignment and ethical integrity. The reaction of King Nebuchadnezzar, after witnessing the survival of the three men, highlights lessons about the impact of ethical courage on leadership and societal structures. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that principled action can inspire recognition, transformation, and respect even among those in positions of power. The king's acknowledgement of divine authority illustrates the capacity of moral courage to challenge oppressive systems, influence authority, and catalyze broader social and spiritual renewal. The story teaches that integrity and courage are persuasive forces that shape perception and ethical awareness within communities. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's unwavering stance demonstrates the importance of collective moral courage and communal solidarity. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled action is strengthened when shared, coordinated, and supported within a group committed to ethical and spiritual fidelity. Their unity illustrates that moral courage is not only an individual virtue, but also a communal force capable of resisting societal pressures and sustaining integrity under extreme conditions. The narrative emphasizes lessons about perseverance, ethical vigilance, and the long-term impact of principled conduct. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that courage under trial produces enduring consequences, both for the individuals involved and for the broader community. The story demonstrates that unwavering commitment to ethical and spiritual principles can lead to transformative outcomes, restore moral order, and provide inspiration for successive generations. The story also highlights the integration of faith, courage, and strategic moral reasoning. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled action requires both spiritual conviction and deliberate, conscious engagement with challenges. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego do not act impulsively. They evaluate their circumstances, affirm their ethical stance, and prepare to accept the consequences, demonstrating that courage is most effective when guided by discernment and moral clarity. Finally, the narrative underscores the broader spiritual and ethical implications of steadfast faith. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that alignment with principle, moral courage, and spiritual fidelity produces not only personal protection, but also communal and societal transformation. The story illustrates that principled resistance, unwavering integrity, and trust in higher guidance have the power to confront injustice, inspire ethical reflection, and catalyze enduring spiritual and moral renewal. In conclusion, the story of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the fiery furnace is far more than a miraculous survival narrative. It is a profound lesson in faith, courage, ethical integrity, moral leadership, and the transformative potential of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of these three men, readers gain insight into the nature of moral courage, the enduring power of ethical fidelity, the importance of collective moral action, and the extraordinary impact of unwavering faith in the face of danger. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that steadfast commitment to principle, disciplined courage, and trust in divine guidance can overcome oppression, preserve integrity, and produce lasting transformative influence. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego remain timeless symbols of faith, resilience, and the extraordinary power of principled courage in the face of trial. Jonah and the great fish, hidden lessons of obedience, redemption, and divine purpose. The story of Jonah and the great fish, found in the book of Jonah, is one of the most symbolic and spiritually profound narratives in the Old Testament. On the surface, it recounts how Jonah, a prophet of God, attempts to flee from divine instruction to go to Nineveh and deliver a message of repentance, resulting in his being swallowed by a great fish. Yet beneath the literal events lies profound hidden wisdom about obedience, personal transformation, divine mercy, and the ethical responsibility of individuals to align with higher purpose. Jonah's narrative is far more than a story of miraculous survival. It is a timeless lesson in moral courage, the dynamics of human reluctance and repentance, spiritual renewal, and the transformative power of aligning human action with divine guidance. The narrative begins with God commanding Jonah to go to Nineveh, a city known for its wickedness, to proclaim a message of repentance. Hidden wisdom emerges immediately. Ethical and spiritual duties often require confronting discomfort, fear, or resistance. Jonah's initial flight illustrates the human tendency to evade responsibility, highlighting the universal struggle with obedience, moral courage, and the challenge of confronting situations that may provoke personal risk or social unease. The story teaches that moral and spiritual alignment is foundational to personal growth, social transformation, and fulfillment of higher purpose. Jonah's attempt to escape by boarding a ship to Tarshish emphasizes the human inclination to avoid responsibility and resist ethical obligation. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that avoidance denial, or flight may provide temporary relief, but ultimately leads to consequences that demand confrontation and ethical resolution. Jonah's experience demonstrates that moral and spiritual responsibility cannot be deferred indefinitely, and that evasion often intensifies personal and collective challenges. The narrative underscores the principle that ethical courage involves confronting difficult duties rather than seeking temporary escape. The storm at sea symbolizes the external and internal consequences of moral avoidance and spiritual misalignment. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that personal or ethical evasion produces turbulence, internal conflict, external challenges, or social disruption that requires moral courage, reflection, and corrective action. The narrative illustrates that divine or higher principles often work to redirect human action, emphasizing that ethical and spiritual misalignment has real and consequential impact. Jonah's recognition of responsibility amid the storm highlights the importance of awareness, accountability, and alignment with moral guidance. Jonah's being thrown overboard and swallowed by the great fish conveys profound symbolic meaning. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that periods of isolation, trial, or apparent confinement can serve as transformative spaces for reflection, repentance, and spiritual realignment. The fish becomes a metaphorical crucible, a space in which Jonah confronts his fears, his resistance, and his understanding of divine purpose. The narrative teaches that challenges, even those that appear overwhelming or punitive, can catalyze growth, self-awareness, and moral and spiritual transformation. The 3 days and nights within the fish emphasize the principle of reflective transformation. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral and spiritual renewal often requires time, introspection, and conscious engagement with one's ethical and spiritual orientation. Jonah's prayer from within the fish exemplifies deliberate self-reflection, acknowledgement of wrongdoing, and recommitment to higher principles. The narrative demonstrates that periods of trial, isolation, or reflection are not merely passive experiences, but opportunities for active moral and spiritual growth. Jonah's eventual deliverance by the fish underscores the principle of divine mercy and the possibility of redemption. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that ethical and spiritual restoration is available even after failure, avoidance, or misalignment. The narrative teaches that adherence to moral and spiritual principles, once renewed, enables individuals to fulfill their purpose, contribute positively to the community, and align with higher guidance. Jonah's survival symbolizes the transformative potential of repentance, obedience, and ethical realignment. The mission to Nineveh highlights the ethical imperative to engage constructively with others, even when challenging or uncomfortable. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that moral courage involves not only personal fidelity, but also proactive engagement in guiding, influencing, and transforming communities. Jonah's role as a messenger illustrates the principle that ethical and spiritual responsibility extends beyond the self, requiring engagement, communication, and action to foster repentance, justice, and moral renewal. The response of the people of Nineveh emphasizes the power of ethical persuasion, collective reflection, and moral responsiveness. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that principled action, guided by clarity, courage, and ethical authority, can catalyze transformative outcomes within communities. The narrative demonstrates that when individuals act courageously and in alignment with higher principles, they can inspire collective reflection, repentance, and societal renewal. Jonah's success highlights the ripple effects of ethical leadership and moral courage in shaping communal destiny. Jonah's reluctance and subsequent anger at God's mercy toward Nineveh provide lessons about the dynamics of human expectations, justice, and moral perspective. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that ethical courage and alignment with higher principles require humility, discernment, and the willingness to transcend personal biases, preferences, or desires. The narrative illustrates the ongoing challenge of reconciling human judgment with divine purpose, emphasizing the importance of perspective, ethical reflection, and openness to guidance beyond self-interest. The story also conveys lessons about divine patience and the educational nature of consequence. Hidden wisdom lies in recognizing that corrective experiences, even those involving discomfort or trial, are opportunities for learning, transformation, and ethical growth. Jonah's journey highlights that adversity, reflection, and alignment with principle are essential components of personal development and the fulfillment of purpose. The narrative teaches that moral courage involves not only action, but also receptivity to lessons embedded in experience, trial, and divine instruction. Finally, the story of Jonah and the great fish emphasizes the transformative potential of obedience, ethical courage, and spiritual alignment. Hidden wisdom emerges in understanding that human actions, when guided by principle and aligned with higher purpose, can produce personal renewal, societal transformation, and enduring moral impact. Jonah's narrative illustrates that courage, repentance, and principled action are interconnected, and that alignment with divine guidance empowers individuals to navigate fear, resist avoidance, and fulfill ethical responsibilities. In conclusion, the story of Jonah and the great fish is far more than a narrative of miraculous survival. It is a profound lesson in obedience, moral courage, spiritual reflection, redemption, and the transformative potential of principled action. By reflecting on the hidden wisdom of Jonah, readers gain insight into the nature of ethical responsibility, the importance of facing challenges rather than fleeing, the power of repentance and realignment, and the extraordinary impact of courage guided by higher principles. The narrative continues to inspire, demonstrating that steadfast faith, reflective courage, and alignment with divine purpose can overcome resistance, catalyze personal transformation, and produce enduring societal and spiritual impact. Jonah remains a timeless symbol of human imperfection, divine mercy, and the extraordinary power of obedience and ethical courage in fulfilling purpose. This story carries a hidden meaning, a light for your heart and peace for your soul. Stay with us here on Sleep and Bible, because every story whispers eternal truth and guides you gently into rest. Don't forget to subscribe for more timeless wisdom.